Chapter 1482. Hurricanes howled in the sky as if there was no end to them. On the surface of the sea, huge waves surged, each higher than the one before. They surged forward, triggering the water in the entire waterway to form a whistling sound. Once a tsunami was formed, even a saint-level cultivator who could move mountains and seas, as well as the stars, would have to expend a great deal of effort to quell it. It was not something that could be resolved in a short amount of time. Once, the Phoenix Emperor and the higher-ups of the demon race and sea clan had envisioned that once the strategy of annihilation was successfully activated, the bloody Soul Mountain would collapse and the disastrous flood would engulf the bound of universe. The human cultivators would have to face the invasion of the demon race and sea clan as well as deal with the flood. They did not expect that before the flood disaster could reach the bound of universe and harm the human race, it had already begun to harm the demon race. Yun Yang's thoughts were simple and brutal. Don't you want to use the flood and the tsunami to deal with the bound of universe? I'll use the water and the tsunami to deal with you then. The waves surged from afar. Driven by the howling wind, they swiftly formed the eye of the storm, surging tens of thousands of feet into the sky. The immense force contained in the torrent caused countless members of the Sea Clan who were caught in it to be crushed into pieces and sent to the underworld. As the torrent dissipated, the water that retreated was merely brewing the next wave of a more ferocious charge. They came one after another, one after another. In just a short while, the surface of the sea was already littered with the corpses of countless members of the Sea Clan. Faced with such an unprecedented disaster, even the high-level combat power of the Sea Clan who had reached the level of honor and saint would be hard-pressed to escape if they were accidentally drawn into the center of the vortex, let alone the ordinary members of the Sea Clan. The unprecedented massacre also caused the chi of karma that Emi and Yun Yang had been yearning for to surge into their deific consciousness space with a force that was even crazier than the tsunami. It was continuous and endless. If one were to look at it from the surface of the sea, it would be a scene of the end of the world as far as the eye could see. In spite of this, the natural disaster was only the surface. More devastating disasters were coming one after another. At the bottom of the sea, the countless members of the Sea Clan who were busy moving the volcanoes also welcomed a wild undercurrent of hope. At first it was just a small whirlpool in a certain area, but in a very short time, it gradually formed a small whirlpool that rotated at an extremely fast speed. Several patrolling sea race warriors saw this but didn't think much of it. It was too common and they were used to it. His face was filled with curiosity and interest. Look, there's a small whirlpool here. It's spinning pretty fast. It's really fast. I just don't know if bubbles will appear at the bottom if it spins so fast, haha. However, under the watchful eyes of the Sea Clan warriors, the small whirlpool didn't bubble. Instead, it started to spin at a shocking speed. The direct consequence of this situation was that it slowly moved the water around it, and the affected area was also expanding rapidly. In just a few dozen breaths' time, the whirlpool had turned into a tornado that was at least several thousand feet tall and had a diameter of over 100 feet. And this monster that had already taken shape was still growing. The speed of the whirlpool was getting faster and faster. More and more water was moved, and the area was expanding little by little. Everything happened too abruptly and unexpectedly. The Sea Tribe warriors who witnessed the huge change and fell into a state of bewilderment did not even have the time to scream. They were directly sucked into the whirlpool and involuntarily spun in it, from start to finish. In less than 10 minutes, the whirlpool had already grown to a thickness of several thousand feet. At this level, the human-made tornado could already move with the help of the growing inertia. It didn't need too much force anymore. This also meant that it was impossible for external forces to stop this tornado. The underwater world also began to show unusual and intense turbulence. The size of the tornado that had expanded to a considerable scale had new movements. It actually began to move. Although it was extremely slow, it was unstoppable. It moved bit by bit at the bottom of the sea, and as its body became thicker and bigger, everywhere it passed, it was not just a mess. Not even a blade of grass grew, and there were no signs of life. There was no doubt that there was grass growing at the bottom of the sea. There were also many small creatures, but they were all destroyed by the sudden appearance of the tornado. Stop it. Stop it with all your strength. A Saint Emperor of the Sea clan rushed over when he heard the news. His expression changed greatly when he saw the situation. Mobilize people, surround the whirlpool, and cast the waves in reverse. Use the whirlpool to counter the whirlpool, and use force to eliminate it. It had to be said that the way this Saint Emperor of the Sea clan dealt with it was quite appropriate under normal circumstances. But this time, countless Sea clan experts had reacted quickly, but before they could cast their spells, they were sucked into the whirlpool. Countless undersea buildings were affected by the whirlpool one by one, and they collapsed without any chance to resist. Everywhere it passed, the tornado did not seem to stop. Not only did it move faster and faster, but its size also continued to increase. Its speed was at least 10 times faster than before. Facing this sudden change, all the buildings of the Sea clan that the tornado passed through were destroyed. In the time it took to eat a meal, the area of destruction of the tornado had expanded to thousands of miles. Moreover, the tornado was still moving forward at an extremely fast speed. It was unstoppable. The entire bottom of the sea was filled with turbid waves, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Coincidentally, the Sea Race Imperial Palace happened to be in the path of their advance. The tornado was still raging as it forcefully rolled over. At this time, the diameter of the tornado had already exceeded 200,000 feet. A tornado of such a scale could no longer be stopped by human power. Even Yun Yang, the one who created this whirlpool, could only guide it along. His own power was not even a fraction of the whirlpool's power. In other words, the tornado had already matured, and it was enough to cause a huge disaster and devastation. Rumble, it was only a momentary stalemate, but the majestic Sea clan's palace had turned into ruins. Many members of the royal family were sucked into the whirlpool. In this short span of time, tens of millions of souls had perished in this whirlpool. Many experts of the Sea clan were still struggling for their lives in the whirlpool. It was a pity that even Saint Venerables and holy monarchs could only barely protect themselves in this whirlpool, ensuring that they would not die instantly. However, to do something to help others out of danger, that was simply wishful thinking. At this moment, the bottom of the sea was filled with filth and bright red. It was dyed with the blood of countless Sea clan's living beings. The whirlpool continued to expand on its own, its momentum increasing as it spontaneously destroyed everything along its predetermined path. Yun Yang hid at the bottom of the sea and watched the scene, thinking, this should be about time. In the beginning, Yun Yang was in the center of the whirlpool, deliberately guiding the whirlpool's rotation and even the direction of the whirlpool. Later on, the whirlpool's power increased exponentially due to its inertia, becoming so strong that even Yun Yang dared not stay in the center of the whirlpool. The extreme power of the endless accumulation was terrifying. It was to the extent that Yun Yang had turned from the initiator of all this to a mere bystander now, watching everything happen and evolve with cold eyes. The operation this time had exhausted all of his spiritual energy, mystical qi, and the power of the endless divine art. However, it was all worth it. The result was at a level that could shake the entire world. The karma qi, in the form of a tsunami, forcefully poured into his spiritual sense space in an endless stream. How much was it exactly? The qi of karma that could not be seen with the naked eye was too much and too thick for Yun Yang's eyes to see it. How much could it possibly be? Emmy remained still, rooted deep in the sea, absorbing the qi of karma that surged in like a whale swallowing the sea. Emmy, who had always been known for its tolerance, felt like it could not bear the burden, even forgetting to cheer out of habit. The most conservative estimate was that it had only been a little more than 2 hours since they had entered the sea. However, the amount of karma chi they had collected was more than what they had collected from the 1st to the 7th level. In fact, it was several times more. What's more, this number was still growing. It continued to grow at an unimaginable and unbelievable speed. This is bad. Report to His Majesty quickly, ask His Majesty to return and assist. A golden-armored marine clan expert charged out of the whirlpool with all his might, letting out a shrill cry that tore his throat apart. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth as he screamed. It was obvious that he had only managed to escape the whirlpool after expending a large amount of life force. His body swayed as he muttered, "It's over, it's all over, the royal family, it's all over." There was no need to report anymore, Sea Emperor could already see it now. On the surface of the sea, the monstrous waves that Yunyang had created were still roaring, but anyone could tell that it was much calmer than before. However, it was a tree without roots and water without a source. It could no longer stir up any more waves and its lethality had been reduced to the very end. It wasn't much stronger than an ordinary wave. Only the aftershock was left, and it looked quite powerful. However, it was at this moment, when the demons and the sea people thought that the waves were about to stop, a whirlpool suddenly appeared somewhere on the surface of the sea. The sudden appearance of the whirlpool did not attract anyone's attention because the waves were still roaring. Even if someone had accidentally seen it, they would not have paid much attention to it. After all, the appearance of a whirlpool on the surface of the sea was all too common. However, the seemingly ordinary whirlpool expanded in the next moment. The center of the whirlpool became 1,000 feet deep in an instant. The abrupt appearance of the whirlpool and its unusual suction force had sucked many of the Sea Clan's warriors into it, caught off guard. However, these were the Sea Clan's experts, so they had their own ways of dealing with the gravitational force of the whirlpool. All of them managed to escape without any casualties, but everyone was shocked. There was no other reason than the fact that the whirlpool was too terrifying. Since they were the Sea Clan's warriors and ace cultivators, they were naturally top-notch experts in controlling water. How could they not know how difficult it was to create such a whirlpool in the sea? Yet, someone had done it, and the whirlpool was directed at them. The whirlpool continued to expand, causing the center of the whirlpool to be even deeper. It looked like the eye of a devil, incomparably deep, devouring everything in its path. What's going on? Sea Emperor stared angrily at the sudden appearance of the whirlpool, but deep in his eyes was a thick sense of dread. The whirlpool had obviously risen from the bottom of the sea. However, creating such a huge whirlpool from the bottom of the sea was not something that could be done by humans. Even if it was the Sea Emperor himself, if he wanted to do the same, he would need to prepare for a considerable period of time. Exhausting all of his energy would not be enough, and he would probably need to expend a certain amount of his original strength to succeed. Thinking deeper, this was a whirlpool that had rushed from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. It was so huge, and it was still expanding. It was simply terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more horrified the Sea Emperor became. He did not dare to imagine the situation at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, the Sea Emperor roared, and a shining yellow rod appeared in his hand. The moment this rod appeared, a golden light shot up to the sky. The entire demon realm was illuminated by this golden light, and the whole world was filled with brilliant yellow light. Even the bound of universe could see the sudden dazzling golden light in the sky, as if the sun had descended on the world. At this moment, countless humans, Sea Clan, and Demon Clan held their breaths. They all turned to look at the other side of the golden light. The Phoenix Emperor, who was soaring in the sky, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the dazzling golden rod in the Sea Emperor's hand. His eyes suddenly shot out an inexplicable light, and he murmured emotionally, "Sea-suppressing divine staff. I should have guessed it. This sea-suppressing divine staff is in your hands." The Phoenix Emperor took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Sovereign of the seas. Hand over the sea-suppressing divine staff. Hand it over." The Sea Emperor was furious. Why? He held the sea-suppressing divine staff in both hands, but it was as if he was bearing an endless weight of a mountain. Even with the Sea Emperor's cultivation and strength, it was still very strenuous, as if the weight of the sea-suppressing divine staff had exceeded the limits of what he could bear. The golden light on the sea-suppressing divine staff became more and more intense, illuminating the entire universe. As if he had accumulated enough energy, the Sea Emperor stabbed the sea-suppressing divine staff into the water, right into the center of the giant whirlpool. He turned to hold the staff with one hand and stood steadily on the surface of the sea, looking like a deep pool of water. The boundless yellow light of the sea-suppressing divine staff shrank abruptly and spread out from the surface of the sea, covering the entire surface of the sea in an instant. Then, it was calm again. From the moment the sea-suppressing divine staff was plunged into the water, all movements from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea disappeared. The surface of the sea returned to being as calm as a mirror, without a single ripple. The sea-suppressing divine staff lived up to its name of suppressing the sea. Its power was exactly the same. Yun-Yang had expended his cultivation base to multiply the power of a peerless expert, complemented by the power of wind and water, and accumulated for a long time before he could create the tornado. It should have been unstoppable, but unexpectedly, it was wiped out by the sea-suppressing divine staff in an instant. From the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea, there was not a single ripple. All the members of the demon race and sea clan who witnessed this scene with their own eyes were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Finally, with a soft swoosh, the Phoenix Sovereign came before the Sea Emperor and said sternly, "Hand over the sea-suppressing divine staff." The Sea Emperor was furious. "How dare you? This sea-suppressing divine staff is the treasure of the Sea Clan's heritage. What reason do you have to snatch it?" The Phoenix Sovereign was furious. "The treasure of the Sea Clan's heritage? Nonsense. You're making things up. This staff is obviously the treasure of my demon race's patriarch. Back then, my demon race's patriarch shook the world with one strike, using his own power to assist the monarch. That's how he was able to make a pact with the founder of the Bound of Universe, in exchange for the vast land of the demon realm. For the sake of the demon race's survival, the patriarch didn't take the sea-suppressing divine staff with him when he transcended this world. Instead, he left it in the demon realm to guard the fate of our race. At that time, the insignificant sea race would be nothing more than loaches. How dare you talk about heritage and occupy the demon race's ancestral treasure?" The Phoenix Sovereign's eyes were spitting fire. "Hurry up and hand it over. This is the treasure of our demon race to guard the fate of our race." The Sea Emperor's expression was calm. The demon race is the common race of the demon race. Not only is it the ancestor of the Earth demon race, it is also the ancestor of our Sea Clan. Could it be that the Phoenix Sovereign is denying that our Sea Clan is not a part of the demon race? It's true that the Patriarch left the sea-suppressing divine staff to guard the fate of the demon race, but there's a deeper meaning in leaving it in the sea. What's the reason why your Sea Clan rarely has any abnormal fluctuations for billions of years? It's because of this sea-suppressing divine staff that suppresses all abnormal changes in the sea. After billions of years of inheritance, this sea-suppressing divine staff naturally belongs to our Sea Clan. Just because of your words, the demon race actually wants to snatch it away. Phoenix Sovereign, your wishful thinking is really good. The Phoenix Sovereign was even more furious. You're twisting words and forcing logic. After the war 150,000 years ago, your Sea Clan had already become independent and no longer belonged to the Demon Clan. In the war that year, the ancestors of the Sea Clan, who had shed all their blood, were still sleeping on the continent of the Demon Realm. The resolute words of that year were still ringing in my ears. From then on, your Sea Clan is no longer under the jurisdiction of the demon race on land. The Sea Clan will no longer be a demon race. Is this something I'm making up? Now you want to call yourself a part of the demon race? Whose wishful thinking is it? The Phoenix Sovereign was furious. Alright, since you call yourself a part of the demon race, then naturally you'll be under the jurisdiction of the Demon Emperor. As a subject, what right do you have to keep the sea-suppressing divine staff? Hand it over. The Sea Emperor was furious. Impossible, dream on. The demon race sage and sea clan sage gathered around. Looking at the sea-suppressing divine staff, every demon's eyes were filled with passion. Especially the demon race sage, his gaze was as if he wanted to swallow the sea-suppressing divine staff. The demon ancestor's holy item. The demon race and the sea clan, who had been working closely together, suddenly became tense because of this divine artifact. Even the Rock Emperor, Eagle Emperor, and the others on the distant mountaintops gave up their respective guards and hurried over. The sea-suppressing divine staff was actually so important. Therefore, all the mountaintops were actually unguarded and empty. It was a pity that Dongfang Haoren and the others did not know about this. Otherwise, if they took this opportunity to wreak havoc, there was a great chance that they could completely eliminate the threat of the tsunami attack. Yunyang, who was at the bottom of the sea, was initially watching from the sidelines happily while recovering his exhausted energy. He was in an unusually good mood now. Looking at the torrent-like chi of karma flowing into his deific consciousness space endlessly, it had only been less than 2 hours and the amount of chi of karma needed to advance to the 8th level was almost sufficient. One must know that to complete the cultivation of the 8th level would require a total of 1 billion chi of karma. It had been accumulating for a long time, but it had only accumulated to 1/3 of the amount, Yunyang judged optimistically. With the chi of karma that was still pouring in, there would still be a lot left after the chi of karma that was required for the 8th level was replenished. After all, this was only an income of 2 hours. Yunyang was grinning from ear to ear, still looking forward to greater destruction and more gains so that he could improve further. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen event occurred. An inexplicable, irresistible force came crashing down from the surface of the sea. Wherever the golden light passed, not only did it cause the entire seabed to shine brilliantly, it even caused all the fluctuations to disappear without a trace. Even the endless filth that had been stirred up at the bottom of the sea had disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the entire sea was like a huge piece of transparent jade, sparkling and translucent. It was clear and green as far as the eye could see. It was as if the apocalyptic storm that had been wreaking havoc just now had never existed. In spite of this, the Sea Clan's palace that had been turned into ruins and the many buildings that had been destroyed along the way were a clear indication that the apocalyptic storm was not non-existent, it was real. In addition, there were tens of millions of corpses of the Sea Clan that were floating up from the calm seawater. It was a testament to the terror that had just occurred. In spite of this, the shock that Yunyang felt was indescribable. The tornado just now had clearly taken shape. It was not something that could be shaken by a human. Even if he, the initiator of the tornado, used all his strength and unleashed the power of the 2 elements of wind and water, or even unleashed all the power of the other elements, he would not be able to stop that destructive power. What kind of power was it to be able to stop such a terrifying disaster, and in an instant, to vanquish it all? He stared at the calm with wide eyes, almost biting his tongue. What was going on? How could this be? Yunyang wanted to go to the surface of the sea to see what was going on, but he had expended too much of his energy just now. His energy was completely drained and he was almost at the end of his tether. The only thing he could do was to turn into a small water droplet and hide in the sea, drifting with the waves and slowly recovering. In his current state, he might not even be able to make it to the surface of the sea even if he spent a whole day. However, this was still too ridiculous. Yunyang had never thought that there would be such a terrifying power in this world. The sea that had been raging had actually calmed down in the blink of an eye, returning to a state of tranquility. Even if it was a basin of water, the most an expert could do was to freeze the entire basin of water after it had been stirred up, but the rippling shape would still be retained. It was impossible for it to instantly return to a state where there was not even a ripple. Now, however, the entire sea had truly returned to a state of stagnant water. This was simply a miracle. Absolutely unbelievable. Yun Yang could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, a war between two races was brewing on the surface of the sea. The opposing parties were the elite experts of the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan. A single word of disagreement would lead to a direct confrontation. There would be no room for negotiation. The Demon Clan and the Sea Clan stood in a stalemate, unwilling to give in. The atmosphere was heated, almost like an arrow on the bowstring, ready to explode at any moment. Sea Emperor held the oceanic suppressing staff with one hand and closed his eyes to cultivate. In a split second, the oceanic suppressing staff disappeared with a soft swoosh. The dazzling golden radiance that shone upon the world disappeared at once as well. Everyone in the bound of universe who had witnessed the dazzling golden radiance felt a sense of loss. The rage in the Phoenix Emperor's eyes burned even hotter. The red radiance intensified and the flames rose. The Phoenix Emperor was already in front of Sea Emperor. They were only inches apart as a calm but chilling voice rang out, "Hand it over. Give it to me." Sea Emperor narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "Phoenix Emperor, do you know that one strike from the oceanic suppressing staff is enough to kill you on the spot with no hope of reprieve?" The Phoenix Emperor was completely unfazed by Sea Emperor's threat. He said coldly, "Give it to me." The Ocean Emperor's seemingly calm face slowly revealed a trace of malevolence. Under the Phoenix Emperor's calm face, a volcano that could erupt at any time was brewing. The two emperors looked at each other silently. After a while, everyone present knew that it was not that these two were not moving. They had already decided to go to extremes. They only needed an opportunity and the war between the two races would erupt in an instant. "Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor." Prime Minister Turtle came forward humbly with his back hunched. He said, "Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor is wise, how can you not know that the bigger picture is more important? What's more important in the current situation? Who's the leader? There's no need for this old man to elaborate. This is a crucial period that concerns the rise and fall of the Demon Clan. Why do you have to be impulsive and lose sight of the bigger picture because of a moment of impulsiveness?" The Phoenix Emperor was not moved at all. He continued to stare at the Sea Emperor fiercely. Prime Minister Turtle still had a sincere and well-meaning expression on his face as he sincerely said, Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor. Even if there's a disagreement, we can still discuss it. We can discuss it at length in the future. The first priority now is to conquer the bound of universe. Everything else should give way to this first priority. After conquering the bound of universe, it won't be too late for us to discuss what will happen in the future. This old man still feels that, at that time, even if it's difficult to satisfy both sides, it's just a fight between our own people behind closed doors. However, if Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor insists on making a decision on this matter now, it will only benefit the human clan for no reason. It's not appropriate. The Sea Emperor looked coldly at the Phoenix Emperor and said, "There's nothing inappropriate about the timing. As long as Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor feels that it's appropriate, it's fine. I feel that this moment is the best time to resolve this matter." The Phoenix Emperor said coldly, "Sea Emperor, no matter when, this sea-suppressing divine staff is the demon ancestors' sacred artifact. Even if you forcefully keep it in your hands, can you really carry it?" The Sea Emperor sneered. "Whether I can carry it or not is my business. There's no need for Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor to worry about it." Emperor Rock and Eagle Emperor looked fiercely at the Sea Emperor and said sternly, "Sea Emperor, the sea-suppressing divine staff should be enshrined in the Demon Clan's sacred altar. It can't be touched unless it's for the Demon Clan. Why are you keeping it in your body now? Hurry up and take it out. Don't desecrate the demon ancestors' sacred artifact anymore. The Sea Emperor sneered and completely ignored Emperor Rock and Eagle Emperor's censure. He said, Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor, the one who advocated for cooperation was your demon court. Now that there's internal strife, it's also your demon court. The sea-suppressing divine staff is the demon clan's sacred artifact. This will never change. No matter where it lands, as long as it's still in the hands of the demon clan and not the human clan, it's enough, isn't it? The Phoenix Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, Answer my two brothers' questions first. They are also the leaders of the demon clan, so they naturally have the right to speak about the divine staff's whereabouts. The Sea Emperor said quietly, I've heard that the Phoenix Emperor is bold and wise. When we first met, I felt that the rumors were true. Why are you so angry now? I've already made preparations for the 10 billion Sea Clan living beings. If both sides still want to continue cooperating, please show your goodwill and sincerity, Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor. If the Phoenix Emperor wishes to cancel the cooperation, then it's up to you to decide whether everyone will live in peace or fight. He sneered and said, As for your two brothers, they don't have the right to speak to me on equal terms. I'll wait for your reply. Excuse me. After saying that, without waiting for the Phoenix Emperor's response, he flipped over and submerged into the seawater, disappearing without a trace. Eagle Emperor and Emperor Rock trembled in anger. What? You're just a stinky loach. Do you think you're so great? The Crane Emperor turned to the Phoenix Emperor. Brother Phoenix, that sea-suppressing divine staff, is the Sea Emperor holding it? The Phoenix Emperor sighed softly and looked at the Turtle Prime Minister, who was bowing to him again and again. He said gently, Prime Minister, go back for now. Don't worry. Just as you said, the overall situation is more important. The Turtle Prime Minister said humbly, Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor is very thoughtful. I'm impressed. As he spoke, he turned around and entered the seawater. The Phoenix Emperor looked at the waves on the sea with a solemn gaze. He knew that this Turtle Prime Minister seemed timid on the surface, but in reality, he was a high-level sage. He was not weaker than Emperor Rock or Emperor Eagle. He was a rare peak expert of the Sea Clan. His defense was especially strong, and he was extremely difficult to deal with. He was a formidable opponent. The Phoenix Emperor soared into the sky. The Eagle Emperor, the Rock Emperor, and the others all followed, looking at the Phoenix Emperor. The excitement of these demon race emperors after seeing the sea-suppressing divine scepter still hadn't dissipated. All of them looked at the Phoenix Emperor anxiously, waiting for her response. Now that the situation is against us, we can't get the divine staff back for the time being. When I see the Demon Emperor, I will explain it to him. Sigh, this time, if the Demon Emperor is here, there's hope. After all, he's the king elected by all the races. He has a natural reason to control the sea-suppressing divine staff. However, I'm not here in a legitimate position. Instead, I'll be vile. After all, I'm only the Phoenix Emperor, the Emperor of the Phoenix race, not the leader of the demons. I advocated for the sea-suppressing divine staff just now out of righteous indignation. The Sea Monarch doesn't recognize me, so it's not wrong. The Phoenix Emperor sighed. Even if I really snatch it back, so what? Such a divine item is in my hands. I'm not even sure if I can bear to hand it over. If the Demon Emperor is afraid. The Phoenix Emperor smiled bitterly. Therefore, if we can't get the divine staff back today, there will be no conflict. The reason why we speak so harshly is just to show the attitude of the demons. If we really start a war, it's impossible. I believe the Sea Monarch is only fearless because he sees this. When the Phoenix Emperor finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and sighed. The Rock Emperor and the others were speechless. Yes, the sea-suppressing divine staff was the top divine weapon in this world. Who wouldn't want it? Once it fell into their hands, how could they bear to hand it over? One must know that as long as the person who wielded the sea-suppressing divine staff had a certain level of ability, he could easily kill other sovereigns with the staff's power, including an elite like the Phoenix Emperor. Whether it was the Eagle Emperor, the Rock Emperor, the Crane Emperor, or any other sovereign who obtained this divine weapon, they could cause great internal strife among the demons. Only the Demon Emperor would be a weapon that could intimidate the world. Go back. Look after our mountain. The Phoenix Emperor lowered his gaze and smiled coldly. Looks like the Sea Clan has suffered heavy losses this time. This Heaven and Earth Supreme Cloud obviously saw that the waterway was damaged and shifted his attention to the bottom of the sea. The Rock Emperor gloated and said, if that Supreme Cloud did something a few more times down there would be a lot of fun to watch. Now, I'm angry every time I see the Sea Clan's arrogance. The sovereigns stood in the air, their eyes fixed on the surface of the sea. The surface of the sea within tens of thousands of miles was occupied by the Sea Clan corpses that floated up one after another. Among them, there were huge fish that were thousands of feet long, pythons, and octopuses. As for the small fish and shrimp, there were countless of them, densely packed together. If we include the small fish, this Heaven and Earth Supreme Cloud has destroyed enough Sea Clan corpses to last time's world annihilation strategy. Perhaps even more. The Eagle Emperor had a look of schadenfreude on his face as he grinned. Brother Peng is right. If we really do it a few more times, just thinking about the ugly expression on the Ocean Emperor's face is already very satisfying. Ha ha ha, the Sea Emperor split the waterway and returned to the Sea Palace. When he saw the state of the palace, he was furious. Who did this? The originally resplendent and luxurious Sea Monarch Palace was now reduced to ruins. It was desolate. All Xiao Chen could see were countless royal warriors going in and out of the ruins, dragging out corpses one after another. The Sea Emperor took a closer look and was shocked to find that the majority of the corpses belonged to the royal family. He could not help feeling dizzy. Other than his concubines who were almost all dead, most of his descendants were dead as well. Even the Empress was in a coma. The Empress was not in a coma because of injury, but because she was overwhelmed with grief. Of the 7 sons she had with the Sea Emperor, 5 had died in this incident, a total of 5. The Sea Race's crown prince was also gravely injured in the chaos and was on the verge of death. Search for the Heaven and Earth Supreme Cloud. I want to tear him into pieces. The Sea Emperor could not react in time. When he recalled the scene of Supreme Cloud controlling the water to attack the Phoenix Emperor, how could he not know who the culprit was? His teeth chattered as he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Supreme Cloud. Supreme Cloud. I'll tear you into pieces and grind your bones into ashes. The Sea Emperor roared at the sky, feeling as if his organs were about to explode from anger. Yun Yang was still in the form of a water droplet, but he witnessed the tragedy in the Sea Emperor's palace up close. For a moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He suddenly realized that the Sea Clan seemed to be much easier to deal with than the land demons. The land demons had a vast territory. Even if he wanted to, he might not be able to find them. On the other hand, the Sea Clan was even more vast than the realm of demons. However, they were in the ocean and with their water manifestation power, they were an undefeatable existence. The ocean, in particular, had a special characteristic. As long as the seawater on one side was stirred up, the seawater on the other side would naturally be stirred up as well. It would be great if I could do this once a day. Yun Yang's imagination ran wild. In spite of it, the difficulty was too great. Putting everything else aside, the tornado that he had created this time had exhausted all of his strength. He would need at least 2 days to fully recover. What was it that the Sea Clan used to calm the seawater? Was it a secret art or a race's innate power? That power was too great. It was almost a complete counter to his water aspect, and even other aspect techniques. Yunyang knew very well that he might not be able to withstand such a mystical technique once it discovered his existence and came charging at him. This was a huge risk, and it definitely couldn't be taken lightly, let alone tried rashly. Still, I can't give up. I have to figure out the cause as best as I can. Yunyang felt that he had recovered 20 to 30% of his energy and immediately floated over silently. Emmy was fully focused on digesting the sudden surge of karmic qi. It could not be of much help, so Yunyang's actions were naturally more cautious. Fox Emperor City. Dongfang Haoran and Shimen Fanfu looked grim. Is that the legendary divine staff of ocean? It should be. Beigong Liuli's face was grim. Once the golden light dispersed, the sea calmed down immediately. It's impossible to do that without the divine staff of ocean. The divine staff of ocean has reappeared. This means, the four rulers looked grim. It was a divine item that could destroy half of the continent with a single strike. When Yunyang comes back, we have to discuss this in detail. The situation is getting worse. Chapter 1483. Yunyang's return this time took a long time. The effect of the divine staff of ocean suppressing staff was not only to turn the seawater into a calm lake but also to suppress the influence of all forces on the surface of the sea. The effect was still there. Even when Yunyang used his water manifestation power and turned into a water droplet that was no different from the ocean, he could only float up bit by bit and could not float to the surface all at once. However, this was only because Yunyang's water manifestation power was extraordinary. If he were to act rashly within the range of the ocean-suppressing divine staff's power, he would have already brought disaster upon himself and killed himself. Yunyang slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea in the form of a small water droplet. It took him 2 whole days before he returned to the surface. Once he was out of the range of the seawater, Yunyang could not wait to turn into the wind and cloud, only heaving a long sigh of relief when he was high up in the sky. The uncomfortable feeling of being controlled and sticky all over finally disappeared completely. It had been a long time since Yunyang had been in a situation where his life and death were not in his control. The divine staff of ocean suppressing staff had given Yunyang this feeling that he had not felt for a long time. It was only a strike, but it was already deeply rooted in Yunyang's heart and could not be erased. Yunyang was certain that the oceanic suppressing staff's level was definitely higher than the purple jade flutes by more than a level and above his divine edge. Although the divine edge's future was promising, it could not withstand a strike from this staff at the moment. Perhaps when his endless divine art advanced to the next level, it would be possible for the Blade of Heaven's will to have a stronger foundation to fight against the divine staff. As Yunyang pondered, he suddenly realized that it had been a long time since he had made his move. It was more important for him to go back and inform everyone about the current situation. Yunyang made up his mind and sped towards Fox Emperor City like the wind and cloud. The divine staff of ocean suppressing staff? Yunyang's eyes shone brightly after listening to Dongfang Haoran's description of the staff. He did not even say a few words before he sped away, leaving only one sentence, "I'm going out again." Before his words echoed in the air, someone had turned into the wind and cloud again. Then, he quickly flew back to the sea but did not enter the sea. After all, it was unknown if the sea-suppressing divine staff's power was still in the sea. In a flash, Yunyang had already arrived at a more secluded spot by the coast. He watched Emperor Rock and the other demonic sovereigns who were stationed on the mountaintop. Yunyang watched for a long time before slowly rising into the sky and standing above the clouds again. He had gone through so much trouble to change his location repeatedly, but he was cautious. The demonic race must be on high alert at every corner, in the air and on the ground. Yunyang had come with a purpose, so of course, he had to ensure his absolute concealment. Yunyang turned into the wind and cloud again, spreading his deific consciousness in the tiniest of ways. His movements were extremely careful, and he didn't dare to spread his spiritual energy over a large area. Instead, he used a faintly discernible spiritual energy to monitor the situation below. Emperor Rock and the others were not weaklings. Once he was discovered, Yunyang would have to face another tough battle. Yunyang was not afraid of a tough battle, but fighting it out now would not help the overall situation. The key was to see through the other party's weakness. Below, Eagle Emperor and Rock Emperor were communicating through voice transmission. After a while, Tiger Emperor and Eagle Emperor joined in the conversation. The sea suppressing divine staff must get it back. It can't be left in the sea race. There's no such thing. Brother Phoenix must be anxiously planning this now. It's just that the issue of status isn't easy to solve. That's true. Sigh, Brother Eagle, if you get it, will you hand it over to the Demon Emperor? Emperor Rock suddenly recalled what the Phoenix Emperor had said. Even if he got it, he might not be willing to hand it over. Eagle Emperor did not speak and only snorted. What about you? Heh heh, Tiger Emperor's answer was the most honest. If it were 10,000 years ago, I probably wouldn't hesitate and would hand it over immediately. What's mine is my brother's, and vice versa. If it were 10 days ago, I would still consider handing it over for the sake of the so-called big picture. But now? Tiger Emperor shook his head and sighed. All the martial emperors clearly understood the meaning of this sentence, and it even spoke out the thoughts of everyone present. 10,000 years ago, Cat Ancestor's matter had happened. 10 days ago, Fox Emperor and Cat Ancestor had perished in battle under their watch. And these two matters were related to the Demon Emperor. All the emperors fell silent. After a long time, Emperor Rock sighed deeply. Standing on the mountaintop and looking at the surging waves below, he muttered, I suddenly feel that everything is so meaningless. So meaningless. The brothers all laughed coldly. It's just for the survival of the billions of people under me. If it's just me. Heh heh. So what if I'm a Demon Emperor? Tiger Emperor spoke again. His words could be said to be crazy. If we treat him as a brother, he's a Demon Emperor. If he doesn't treat us as brothers, he's nothing. More importantly, the Tiger Emperor didn't use telepathy to say this. Instead, he said it out loud. Silence. Be careful with your words. Emperor Rock's eyes widened as he said angrily, how can you say such words so casually? Tiger Emperor's rough face was filled with disapproval. What's there to be careful about? If I suddenly die one day, or if the brothers present suddenly die, I won't be able to find someone to talk to even if I want to. The few emperors sighed. The Phoenix Emperor has gone to inform the Demon Emperor. There will definitely be an explanation for the whereabouts of the sea-suppressing divine staff, Eagle Emperor consoled. Let's wait a while. It would have been fine if he hadn't said that. The moment he said that, the few emperors suddenly felt like they were about to explode. The Phoenix Emperor and Long Yutian have always been on the same side. Everything is decided by the two of them. When have we, brothers, ever participated in the discussion? They have always informed us only after making a decision. Damn it. They say we are brothers, but we are allies. What are we in their eyes? We are just hired thugs. Leopard Emperor spat fiercely. I've cultivated for more than 100,000 years. My words carry weight in my race. Yet, I'm just a hired thug for the two of them. How King aggrieved. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I don't want to do anything. Everything is for the great cause of the demon race, for the survival of thousands of years. Rock Emperor said in a low voice. Tiger Emperor scoffed. The great cause of the demon race? Let me ask you, even if the bound of universe is really conquered, who has the final say? Who will sit on the throne of the bound of universe? As soon as this question was asked, all the sovereigns present fell silent. Who has the final say? Who will sit on the throne of the bound of universe? There was no need for an answer to this question. At the very least, it won't be me. Yun-yang had already eavesdropped most of the emperor's conversation. Through some of his imagination, Yun-yang quickly came to the current situation of the demon race's internal instability. His eyes could not help but sparkle as his imagination ran wild. Yun-yang calculated inwardly. If he were to wreak havoc again and succeed, other than delaying the progress of the strategy of annihilation, it might also further aggravate the knot between the emperors and the demonic Phoenix Emperor. It was impossible for the demonic Phoenix Emperor and the demonic Phoenix Emperor to not pursue the repeated failures of the Emperor's defense. Yun-yang observed his surroundings carefully again and again. The demon race had put in a lot of effort in this defense. There were at least 100 experts from the eagle, roc, tiger, leopard, eagle, and crane races stationed in these few mountains. There were also 6 pinnacle emperors who could come to the rescue at once. Yun-yang wisely chose not to wreak havoc but chose to quietly dive into the sea. Since it was difficult to wreak havoc, it was better to look for another direction. Just now, Yun-yang was surprised to find that his divine sense was no longer as sluggish as before. This meant that the oceanic suppressing staff's power was diminishing. At the same time, it also meant that he might have something to do. The oceanic suppressing staff is the focus of the current disagreement between the demon race and the sea race. It's still necessary to broaden my horizons. In fact, when Yun-yang heard Dongfang Haoran's introduction of the staff, he already had a clear plan in his heart. However, he was afraid that he would overthink it. If it was not what he thought, it would be a waste of effort and be futile. Not only was the demon race short of time now, they were even more so. Now that he had overheard the conversation between Emperor Peng and the others, he finally made up his mind. The oceanic suppressing staff is another direction that can disrupt the cooperation between the demon race and the sea race. Coincidentally, the power released by the oceanic suppressing staff was gradually diminishing, so Yun-yang dived into the sea without hesitation. The dive was very successful. It did not take long for him to reach 30,000 feet under the sea and once again come into contact with the sea palace's barrier. This was a completely transparent barrier. Outside, one could only see the endless sea. Only by breaking through the barrier could one see the real living circle of the sea palace and the sea race's higher-ups. Originally, this sealing barrier had been destroyed by the whirlpool tornado, but with the return of the Sea King, with the power of the divine staff, he instantly rebuilt the barrier. This sealing barrier was a type of sorcery. As long as there was enough Yuan Gong magic power, it was not difficult to rebuild it. Moreover, the Sea King had the divine staff as a supplement, so rebuilding it was even easier. This was the second time Yun-yang had come into contact with the barrier. He followed the previous method and transformed into a member of the sea race with ease, blending in. The situation inside the barrier was just as Yun-yang had guessed. The consequences of the last time he had come to cause trouble had not been cleaned up. It was a complete mess, with members of the sea race who were busy clearing the trash and cleaning the place. Huh? What was that? Yun-yang's eyes widened. He was surprised to see a group of members of the sea race carrying boxes and moving in a certain direction. The items in the boxes were all cores. A box of the sea race's cores. No, it was many, many boxes of the sea race's cores. Don't panic, everyone. This is the last plot. Of course, it's the quickest way to start the final battle, but without the foreshadowing process, it's unpleasant to watch. Chapter 1484. At that moment, Yun-yang's breathing grew heavier. Although there did not seem to be any high-level items, there were too many of them. There were simply too many of them. Yun-yang understood it immediately. These were the Sea clansmen who had died because of the disturbance he had caused previously. The tornado had been too powerful and its lethality had exceeded his estimation. Even he had been in danger, but the oceanic divine staff had calmed the waves and frightened him at the same time. How could he have had the time to collect the cores? This had caused the cores of these demons to remain in their bodies after they had died. Had these been dug out and stored together by the demons when they were collecting the corpses? Recycling? Yun Yang's eyes flickered. You use the trash, I'll use the trash then. You don't need them anyway. It's a coincidence, why not let me have them? Then, he quietly attacked and killed a guy who looked like a whale general of the sea race with one blow. He put him into his divine sense space. Then, he shook his body and changed back to his original appearance. He held a huge box and followed the team in front of him. There were a lot of people cleaning the place, so naturally, there were no high-level experts around. Yun Yang's actions were swift this time and he had done it in his invisible state. Everything was done without a sound, so naturally, no one noticed anything amiss. Since it was a centralized storage, there must be a storeroom for these items. Yun Yang had been longing to find this storeroom. This was all wealth and resources. Moreover, since it was a storeroom to store resources, there must have been more in the past other than these this time. The amount of resources inside would be unimaginable. Thinking about it, Yun Yang was drooling. This was probably God's blessing for the kind-hearted. I'm a character who's dedicated to eliminating the hidden threat to the bound of universe's human race. Of course I'm a kind-hearted person, of course I should be blessed by God. The wealth of the Sea clan is mine, of course. Not long after, an underground palace could be seen in front of them. The Sea clan warriors filed in with the boxes. The guards at the door did not even check them as they walked in unhindered. After passing through 3 sentries, Yun Yang finally entered one of the storerooms. Yes, it was one of the storerooms. There was not only one storeroom in this crypt, there were so many of them that it was unimaginable, and these storerooms were all connected. Yun Yang felt his heart palpitate, his vision blurry. The huge warehouse with a circumference of no less than 10,000 feet was only the outermost area. It was filled with all kinds of jewels, pearls, corals, and so on. Although it was only wealth in the eyes of the common people, this amount was pretty good. The one further in was filled with all sorts of resources and treasures of the sea. There were some that Yun Yang recognized, but there were even more that he did not. It was a dazzling array of items. Then, the next one was an even higher grade heavenly treasure. Further inside was where the inner cores were stored. There were a total of 3 large warehouses. The outermost warehouse of the 3 was obviously used to store these low-level inner cores, which were piled up like a mountain. When the team transporting the inner cores arrived here, they naturally stopped. They carefully stacked up the boxes one by one before leaving as quickly as possible. It was impossible for Yun Yang to go out as well. To him, coming into contact with such a treasure vault was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise, but he, who was said to be able to pluck the feathers of a swallow as he passed by, how could he return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? How could he not sweep it clean? If he were to return empty-handed, would he still be the raiders of the black and white ruthless duo? Therefore, once he entered the warehouse, he immediately turned into his wind manifestation and blended into the air. He went straight into the innermost small warehouse. It was obvious that the innermost warehouse was where the highest grade of inner cores were stored. Just as Yun Yang had expected, there were not many boxes in this warehouse, but it still made Yun Yang's eyes turn green. Although it was not a lot, it was only when compared to the huge number outside. There were at least tens of thousands of high-level inner cores here. After all, this was the stock of the Sea clan over countless years. They were all Saint Lord and Saint Venerate level inner cores. As for those above Saint Lord level, Yun Yang did not find them. They were probably not here. After all, the higher-level inner cores belonged to the pinnacle of this world. Not only could there not be a lot of them, it was even more impossible for them to be stored like this. Yun Yang, who was eager to hunt, was not going to hold back. With a wave of his hand, the entire warehouse was swept clean. He then entered the second warehouse and similarly waved his hand. The third warehouse was actually used to store weapons. Needless to say, he also waved his hand. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Warehouse, with a wave of his hand. All the way to the outermost area, there were tens of millions of mid-level inner cores. Needless to say, he still waved his hand. As for the remaining ones or those that were about to be transported in, this brother doesn't want them. I don't care. One should not be too overboard. One should leave some leeway so that they can meet again in the future. Look at how honest I am. In total, Yun Yang had ransacked all 7 of the Sea clan's warehouses. Only then did he transform into a large prawn with his sleeves fluttering in the wind and skipped away. A certain someone was still thinking, how can the Sea clan, which has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, only have such a small amount of wealth? There should be other secret warehouses. Why don't they arrange and handle them together? It'll be easier to manage. Humans were always afraid of being discontented. Within a certain someone's deific consciousness, the Sea clan's treasures alone had piled up to 12 mountains. They were real mountains too, but he was still not satisfied. Not long after, another team of Sea clan warriors who were transporting the inner cores carried boxes into the warehouse. Once they entered, however, the leaders were stunned. Did I go the wrong way? What was the meaning of this empty warehouse? Turning his head, he saw that his companions behind him were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The Sea clan's lack of vigilance was not to be blamed. The warehouse was located in the deepest part of the ocean. It was located in a secluded location and had not been robbed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was because of this that the guards of the warehouse had been replaced with the lowest cultivation base, warriors who had just been able to shape-shift. Who would come to the bottom of the ocean to steal? This didn't make any sense at all. It was impossible. Now, however, this impossible and inexplicable thing had happened right before their eyes, and it was a complete robbery. The entire warehouse had been emptied. Pa! The boxes in the hands of a team of warriors fell to the ground, their mouths agape like hippopotamuses. After a long while, a warrior came back to his senses and suddenly rushed forward, quickly rushing to the other storehouses. This inexplicable action caused the guards of the other storehouses to be shocked. Was this grandson crazy? Yes, the warrior really felt like he was going to go crazy. He turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, "This is bad," heart-wrenching cries rang incessantly. The guards at the door who did not know what was happening inside were still chatting leisurely when they heard the shrill alarm ringing inside. They could not help being dumbfounded. Fire? The warehouse has been robbed. Report to His Majesty quickly, someone, come quickly. In short, chaos ensued. However, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sea race powerhouses flew over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, there was a sentry every few steps, and it was heavily guarded. It was completely different from before. At this moment, Yun Yang had already arrived at the Ocean Palace. He had turned into the wind and was drifting back and forth in the air, wandering freely. The master of the palace, Sea Sovereign, was furious. Of course, he was not enraged because the warehouse had been robbed. He did not know about it yet. The main reason for his rage was the destruction of the palace and the heavy casualties of the royal family. Supreme Cloud of Universe. Very well. I'll remember you. This vengeance, this hatred, is irreconcilable. I've told them to cultivate diligently, cultivate diligently. What about it? All of them didn't strive for progress, it's all your fault for spoiling them. Look at them now, they're all dead, all dead. If they'd worked a little harder, would they have ended up like this today? Huh. Look at them, their cultivation base is at the level of Saint Lord and Saint Venerable. At most, they'll be slightly injured. Look at the good sons and daughters you've raised. How old are they? They've lost their lives in this whirlpool. Aren't you ashamed? Aren't you ashamed? Still crying? Why are you crying? Stop King howling. I don't want to take revenge. Even if I'm made of clay, I'm still a country bumpkin. The problem now is, revenge takes time, doesn't it? Do you think you can cry Supreme Cloud to death by crying here? I have to loosen my belt even if I'm going to the toilet. What are you rushing me for? Sea Sovereign scolded the Empress in front of him. The Empress sobbed, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, a guard came in hurriedly. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. What bad has happened? Sea Sovereign felt like he was about to explode. The storerooms have been robbed. 7 storerooms have been ransacked. What? Sea Sovereign felt like his head was about to explode. What kind of bullsh*t was this? In the void, Yunyang tried his best to conceal his identity. Upon hearing the report, he quickly attached himself to a large pillar and carefully studied Neptune from head to toe. That oceanic suppressing staff. Where did he put it? Just as Yunyang was about to lay his hands on the staff, Sea Sovereign walked out in a rage. It was only a moment before a blurry yellow light illuminated the entire bottom of the sea. The entire seabed became as silent and solemn as before. It was obvious that the oceanic suppressing staff that Yunyang had been longing for had shown its power again. Similarly, it was obvious that the Ocean Emperor was enraged to the extreme. Otherwise, he would not have rashly used this treasure. Using this treasure twice in such a short period of time, even a peak expert like the Ocean Emperor would find it difficult to bear. Just then, an order came from the outside. The power of the oceanic suppressing staff the last time has yet to dissipate. Even if that thief has an arcane skill that allows him to move freely in the sea, he's still restrained by the staff's power. This time, the staff's power is activated again. Any clan other than the Sea Clan that is able to conceal themselves with any arcane skill will be exposed. Search the place. Go and investigate. Even if you have to search the entire bottom of the sea and check every corner, you have to catch him. I want to tear him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. It was a roar that was full of energy, filled with a sense of roughness, but it did not come from Sea Sovereign's mouth. I am the Whale King. I hereby promise that anyone who finds the bound of Universe Supreme Cloud can. It was probably a bunch of generous rewards that were enough to tempt the hearts of any sea clan. Yunyang listened. He was initially hesitant, afraid that the staff's power was truly unimaginable and all-encompassing, capable of restraining his manifestation powers. After all, he had experienced the terror of being dominated when he had turned into a water droplet previously. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that he was still in his wind form and had not returned to his original form. Thinking back to the phrase any clan other than the Sea Clan that is able to conceal themselves with any arcane skill will be exposed, he could not help chuckling. That scared me to death. I thought it was true. In spite of this, the chaos outside was real. After a while, Sea Sovereign and the Whale King came in again. Can't find him. Can't find him. There's no trace at all. Yes, this Supreme Cloud is too cunning, and his methods are brilliant. The whirlpool and tornado from before were his handiwork. It's obvious that he hasn't done his best the last time, so it's not surprising that he's stirring up trouble again. Sea Sovereign frowned, feeling rather worried. Sigh, the ocean-suppressing staff that I've used just now wasn't powerful enough. It's obviously not enough to break his unique arcane skill. If he's allowed to remain hidden, it'll be a huge problem. Now, it seems that the loss of the warehouse is only some valuables. Instead, it's this hidden enemy that's even harder to guard against. It's worrisome. The Whale King who had come with Sea Sovereign was unusually tall and muscular in his human form. He was 3.5 meters tall and his waist was more than 2 meters in circumference. His shoulders were broad and his waist round, making him look like a supergiant. A single glance from him was enough to make one feel valiant. At this moment, the Whale King seemed to find it difficult to speak as he said, If your Majesty activates the ocean suppressing staff's maximum power, you should be able to force it out. Maximum power? Sea Sovereign frowned. The ocean suppressing staff was a peerless artifact, a miraculous artifact that surpassed the limits of this world. The last time he had activated it was due to the urgency of the situation and he had no choice but to activate it. Although its power was vast and powerful, it had exhausted the spiritual energy that he had accumulated over the years. Now that he was using it again, it looked as glorious as before, but in reality, it was only a slight activation. It still required almost all of Sea Sovereign's strength. If he were to forcefully increase its power by a level, Sea Sovereign knew that he might not be able to withstand it. It's difficult for the ocean suppressing staff to recognize its master. The vital energy that has accumulated over the years can only be used once. If you want to activate it again, you'll have to rely on the wielder's own strength. The amount of energy that can be activated depends on the wielder's strength. With my current level of ability, the activation just now was basically the limit. Sea Sovereign sighed, even though I am not belittling myself, I know that with my own strength, I most likely won't be able to withstand the backlash of the ocean suppressing staff's second-level explosion. Whale King said, Your subject naturally knows this, but we can work together with the Prime Minister, Marshal, Shark King and the others to activate it. Your Majesty, this is a crucial time. This yellow supreme cloud is eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. We must find him and eliminate him. If we ignore him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sea Sovereign hesitated. The reason for his hesitation was, he was afraid. Although working together to activate the ocean suppressing staff was the best way to deal with it, what if there were any mistakes during the activation process? For example, what if the Whale King took the opportunity to steal the ocean suppressing staff? That was a divine artifact that had not recognized its master. It belonged to whoever held it in their hands. Sea Sovereign would never believe that Whale King and the others did not covet it. In the past, the ocean-suppressing staff's vital energy was still present. It was invincible in one attack, and anyone who stood in its way would die. Sea Sovereign was also the strongest person in the Sea Clan, so he naturally did not have to worry about others coveting it. But now, the situation was very different. Opposite him, Whale King was looking at Sea Sovereign eagerly, obviously waiting for his suggestion to be accepted. Logically speaking, Whale King's suggestion should be accepted and carried out. Sea Sovereign could not help but fall into an awkward situation. At this time, the hunched and doddering Turtle Prime Minister slowly walked in. Your Majesty, Whale King's suggestion is the most feasible strategy at the moment. Everything is for the Sea Clan. This old subject knows that Your Majesty has concerns, but Your Majesty has held the ocean-suppressing divine staff for many years. No matter what, you should be able to grasp a certain degree of the ocean-suppressing divine staff's characteristics. When we work together, we only need to place the ocean-suppressing divine staff on the platform and let Whale King and the others work together to activate it. Then, Your Majesty will sit in the center and personally guide the ocean-suppressing divine staff's power. I believe there will be no objections. After all, no one is more familiar with using the ocean-suppressing divine staff than Your Majesty. Turtle Prime Minister said, This way, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. We can also conveniently eliminate that yellow supreme cloud. Sea Sovereign's eyes lit up. This was a good compromise. This process was equivalent to using the Whale King and the others' help to activate the ocean-suppressing divine staff, and he could even maintain his own strength at its peak. Who would dare take away the oceanic-suppressing divine staff then? Activating the oceanic-suppressing divine staff was enough to exhaust everyone, and there was also Sea Sovereign, who had the highest cultivation base, watching from the side. Anyone who dared to have any evil thoughts would be courting death. Furthermore, if this method was carried out, even external pressure would be easily resolved. This was because this method would greatly increase the top combat power of the Sea Clan, and the threat of the Demon Clan would no longer need to be concerned. Alright. Let's do it. Whale King, Prime Minister, you will arrange this. Sea Sovereign agreed without hesitation. The Whale King lowered his head and replied loudly, yes. Turning his head, a deep sense of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Sea Sovereign was in charge, using everyone's strength to activate the oceanic-suppressing divine staff. Would they not be working for nothing? All the prestige and benefits would be taken away by Sea Sovereign alone. His suggestion, which he had spent so much effort on, had actually shot himself in the foot? King nonsense. And that old tortoise, why was he so annoying? However, things had already come to this and he was the one who had suggested it. How could he object? He could only go ahead with it. Yunyang, who was hiding on the pillar, had his eyes lit up. Oceanic-suppressing divine staff? Was there such a good thing? Chapter 1485. Neptune, who felt that the situation was in his favor, had a gleam in his eyes. Little did he know that Yunyang, who was hidden on the side, had a gleam in his eyes as well. Divine Oceanic Staff? Was he going to take it out now? CK, he was so lucky. He called Emmy immediately to come up with a countermeasure. Yeah, Emmy's voice sounded a little weak. It was probably trying its best to absorb and digest the karmic chi, but the amount of karmic chi it had absorbed in the past few days was just too much. It was so much that Emmy could not bear the burden. No matter how much it swallowed, it could not see the end of it. Therefore, when it heard Yunyang's call, it expressed a peculiar sense of exhaustion. It had been grumbling about how slow it was in collecting karmic energy, but it was suddenly so fast and abundant. The contrast was so great that Emmy could hardly adapt to it. It had absorbed such an enormous amount of karmic energy in one go, almost causing Emmy indigestion. It had caused Emmy's work efficiency to be unprecedentedly low. However, from Yunyang's point of view, Emmy was clearly overeating. Yunyang's words were unmistakably correct. Under normal circumstances, Yunyang would need at least 50 years to accumulate enough energy to advance to the 8th level. The upper limit could not be estimated. It was entirely possible that it would take 700 to 800 years, 3,000 to 5,000 years, or even longer. The karmic chi of billions of lives. Emmy had finished at least 50 years' worth of food in 2 to 3 days. How could it not be bloated? How could it not? Indigestion was normal. Overeating and indigestion, it was already a good state for it to only suffer from low work efficiency. It would be truly tragic if it died from overeating. Look, that's the legendary divine oceanic staff, the dreamy treasure of this world. Is there a way to take it away? Yunyang said excitedly. The divine oceanic staff was an item of unprecedented rank. It looked like its rank was not only higher than the purple jade flute, it was even higher than his divine edge. Yunyang was naturally tempted. This might be the only chance he had. If the Whale King, Neptune's plan succeeded, the situation would be reversed. Yunyang was still fearful of the divine oceanic staff's power. How could he let go of such an opportunity? Why am I here? On the other side, the Whale King did not dare to be negligent. He quickly gathered more than 20 peak experts of the sea race, all of whom were at the king level. All of them sat cross-legged in a circle, and in the middle, there was a table, just as Prime Minister Turtle had said. The Ocean Emperor took out the sea-suppressing divine scepter and placed it on the platform. This platform looked unremarkable, but it was actually made of rare cold iron from the bottom of the sea. It could be said to be indestructible and difficult to damage. However, when the divine staff placed it there, it produced creaking sounds as if it could not bear the weight. If it weren't for the sea race's experts solidifying their demonic powers, they would have been pressed deep into the ground. That's the sea-suppressing divine staff. Yunyang snuck a peek and saw that the oceanic suppressing staff was only a staff as thick as a wrist, emitting a faint golden glow. There was a metal hoop on each end, and there seemed to be words or pictures in the middle. After all, the distance was too far, and there was the interference of the golden light, so it was difficult to see clearly. But overall, it was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. When Emmy scanned it with its deific consciousness, its vines shook, sending a rare sense of panic and fear to Yunyang. Ayaya, Emmy swayed continuously. Yunyang's gaze froze. You mean you can't do anything about it? Ayaya, Emmy cried out in fear. Yunyang frowned. Emmy's reply was interesting. Emmy expressed that it could not do anything about this divine weapon, and was even more innately fearful. There was an incomparable murderous aura left on the golden staff. The murderous aura was the kind of extreme aura that could slay immortals and gods, unbridled and lawless. Such a murderous aura was Emmy's nemesis, so Emmy dared not even touch it. However, Yunyang could still try to take it. According to Emmy, this was a divine weapon. However, the original owner of this divine weapon was no longer in this world and had given the divine weapon complete freedom. In other words, this divine weapon was now an ownerless treasure, and anyone could take it. It was just that no one had been able to tame this divine weapon. Therefore, the stick temporarily belonged to the person who held it in his hand. Before the new owner was recognized, no one else, not even the strong cultivators of the universe, could claim this divine weapon as their own. At most, they could only use it to a certain extent. Yunyang was amazed. He could not help but recall the ancient legend that Dongfang Haoran had mentioned to him. A demon clan's omnipotent almighty, a monkey clan's great saint, had claimed a piece of territory for the demon clan with the omnipotent staff. Could it be that this oceanic suppressing staff was actually the omnipotent staff? If that's the case, if I can get my hands on it, this staff will be mine. Yunyang's imagination ran wild. Looking at the oceanic suppressing staff on the platform, his gaze was unusually heated. What a great item! However, Yunyang knew very well that although this staff was a great item, it would never be his. This was an item with an owner. Its owner had only placed it here temporarily. How heavy does this thing actually weigh? Yunyang studied it with a frown. Ocean Emperor seems to be holding it quite heavily, and that platform, it's almost collapsed. Emmy calculated carefully and said, Ayaya, who knows? Anyway, with your current cultivation base, you can at most lift it up, but it's impossible to carry it around. Yunyang was speechless for a moment. This was depressing. If that was the case, there was a very high possibility that if he were to snatch this thing, even if he defeated all his enemies, he might be pinned down by the staff when he lifted it up, unable to move. Then, he would be caught red-handed effortlessly. Sect leader Yun stroked his chin, growing increasingly hesitant. If that was the case, would he not be the biggest joke in the bound of universe since ancient times? The thief who stole the staff would be pinned down by the staff, unable to move. Emmy, what if I'm pinned down by the staff? Can I still transform? This was Yunyang's bottom line. There were always accidents in this world. Being pinned down by the staff was not the scariest thing. What if he could not transform after being pinned down? Yunyang felt that he would definitely break down on the spot. Ayaya. Emmy seemed to be terrified of the staff to a certain extent, its answer lacking confidence and filled with uncertainty. Probably. Maybe. Almost. Probably. Not very useful. Yun-yang could not help but chuckle bitterly. What was this? The covetous Emmy had initially planned to keep the staff in his pocket, but the reality was that it was a cheating weapon. Emmy had expressed its helplessness and fear. Unwilling to give up, the Emmy had wanted to try it himself, but Emmy had told him that not only was the item heavy enough to crush a thief like him to death, it could also counter all of his manifestation powers without any blind spots. Did this not mean that he could only wait for the staff to be activated and be forced to reveal himself, falling into a dead end? It was at this moment, more than 20 experts of the Sea clan exerted their strength at the same time. Endless demonic chi surged into the oceanic suppressing staff like rivers flowing into the ocean. The oceanic suppressing staff shone with a golden light, blinding the entire seabed. This golden light was very different from the yellow light from a moment ago. It had a soft feeling to it, and it was closer to the golden light from the beginning. At the same time, an overwhelming aura emanated from the oceanic suppressing staff. The aura was mixed with the aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a domineering aura that could wreak havoc in the world. Other than that, there was also an air of defiance and change of fate. The billowing aura reverberated in the ocean. Yun-yang was too close to the source of the golden light, almost within reach. Yun-yang, who was already under immense psychological pressure, felt his state of mind wavering, almost unable to maintain the form of his wind manifestation. Yun-yang made up his mind, circulating the endless divine art in a frenzy. Only then did his state of mind improve slightly and calm down, preventing himself from being exposed on the spot. He had been calculating in his heart, should I attack? Should I? However, as the Sea clan experts continued to inject their demonic chi into the oceanic suppressing staff, the aura grew stronger and stronger, becoming more and more irresistible. Yun-yang could clearly feel his manifestation disintegrating bit by bit. In other words, he was about to be exposed. However, once he was exposed, he would be exposed to the encirclement of so many experts from the Sea clan. That would be the worst scenario. Yun-yang thought nervously of a countermeasure. It was a pity that intelligence was no match for absolute ability, not to mention that there was not much time left for Yun-yang. The worst situation had still arrived. As the top experts of the Sea clan instilled their demonic chi into the oceanic suppressing staff, the staff grew brighter and brighter. With a soft hum, rays of golden light dispersed. This was the combined power of more than 20 saints. How domineering! The golden light exploded. The entire seabed was completely enveloped by the oceanic suppressing staff's power, even, controlled. More than 20 saints were sweating profusely, their breaths short and their faces pale. It was obvious that they had expended a great deal of energy. The combined power of so many pinnacle experts had only activated the second stage of the oceanic suppressing staff's power, but they were already at their limits. Who knew how high the oceanic suppressing staff's maximum power was? What level, what level, what level? However, at least for now, this level of power was sufficient. As the golden light flickered wildly, it illuminated the entire ocean, reaching everywhere. The unparalleled aura intimidated the entire seabed, unhindered. The oceanic suppressing staff was only quietly placed on the table, but the entire seabed had become its territory. Yun-yang's manifestation power had completely disintegrated and his figure was revealed. Sea King and the Empress discovered Yun-yang, who was no longer in his manifestation. There he is. Heaven and Earth Supreme Cloud. Sea King was even more enraged. This bastard, how dare he hide in the assembly hall so brazenly? He was too daring. He had just ordered the search outside, but the target was actually right under his nose. This was simply, a strange feeling of speechlessness surged in his heart. Take him down. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yun-yang reacted swiftly, sprinting towards the oceanic suppressing staff like his life depended on it. It was as if he had turned into a ray of light. Sea King reacted swiftly as well, sprinting over as well, laughing maniacally. Supreme Cloud, are you coveting the divine artifact of the Sea Clan? You think too much. His voice revealed an extremely joyful tone. Yun Yang's move was a last resort. There was no other way to deal with it. His whereabouts had been exposed, so he could only take the risk. At this moment, Prime Minister Turtle, Whale King, and many other top experts of the Sea Clan were gathered here. However, because they had overexerted themselves, they appeared to be on the verge of death. Their demonic powers were all gone, and even their limbs were limp. For a moment, they could not get up to fight. The only one who could threaten them was the Ocean King. He had to act now. If Sea King made the first move and wielded the oceanic suppressing staff, today would very likely be his death. On the other hand, if he touched the staff first, there might be a turning point and a chance of survival. In the end, Yun Yang was a step faster. Not only did he move first, but he was also closer than Sea King. The staff's golden light shone on Yun Yang at close range. It was only a short contact, but Yun Yang's body was riddled with cracks. Dozens of wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, Yun Yang did not care that he was bathed in blood. Mustering his remaining strength, he sprinted towards the staff. The moment the divine edge was in his hands, the saber landed on the oceanic suppressing staff with a loud bang. Clang! The entire sea was violently turned upside down with this roar. In the hall, the golden light shone brightly once more, scattering endlessly. Sea King was only a step slower than Yun Yang. He was the closest to the oceanic suppressing staff among everyone present, so he was naturally the first to be hit by the golden light. He could not help but howl in pain. Due to being struck by the divine edge, the oceanic suppressing staff's self-defense ability was triggered. It was actually a level stronger than the combined efforts of all the experts of the Sea Clan. The unprecedentedly majestic force spread far and wide, affecting everyone present. The saints of the Sea Clan, who were already exhausted, spat out mouthfuls of blood as they fell helplessly. This also resulted in the oceanic suppressing staff remaining on the stage, as steady as a mountain, but the connection formed by the saints of the Sea Clan earlier was cut off immediately. The oceanic suppressing staff's power was immediately interrupted. Yun Yang ignored the extreme counterattack of the oceanic suppressing staff's self-defense mechanism and grabbed one end of the staff at once. At the same time, Sea King was already close to him. Supreme Cloud, die! A thunderous, decisive strike followed. Yun Yang gritted his teeth and did not evade. He arched his back and took the blow head-on. Being hit by Sea King's extreme strike, he saw stars and was severely injured. However, by borrowing the force of Sea King's attack, Yun Yang had already lifted one end of the oceanic suppressing staff. Sea King's expression changed, obviously not expecting Yun Yang to have such strength to be able to move the oceanic suppressing staff. Little did he know that Yun Yang was groaning inwardly. What F** King staff was this? It was 2F** King heavy. At the very least, it had to be as heavy as 8 to 10 mountains. A supreme saint already had the ability to move mountains and fill oceans. A saint would naturally be stronger, but there was a limit to one's strength. For Yun Yang, it was not difficult to lift or even throw 3 to 5 mountains consecutively with all his strength, but the oceanic suppressing staff's weight had to be at least as heavy as 8 to 10 mountains connected together. Otherwise, Yun Yang would not have such difficulty lifting it. On the other side, the Empress of the Sea, who was also a highly skilled martial artist, pounced over in a frenzy. This woman had killed Yun Yang's son and daughter. They were absolutely irreconcilable. Now that they had met, she would naturally go all out to kill him, leaving no room for negotiation. Sea King's second wave of attack came from the other side. Sea King laughed maniacally as he attacked, as if he had seen something incredibly stupid. He did not seem to be worried that Yun Yang, who had already moved the staff, would be able to take it away. Bang, 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 Yun Yang took 3 consecutive hits from Sea King and 2 from the Empress. Finally, with a loud roar and spitting blood, he lifted the oceanic suppressing staff completely and said angrily, "Keep it for your father." With a clang, the oceanic suppressing staff really disappeared from his hands. The Sea King turned pale with fright. At this moment, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He shrieked, "Keep him!" The Ocean Emperor was truly shocked and panicked. He never thought that a human without demonic aura would be able to take away the ocean-suppressing divine scepter. That was the demonic ancestor's sacred weapon. Other than being able to slightly activate it with demonic chi, other forces could not possibly touch the oceanic suppressing staff at all, let alone human mystical chi. There would be a strong backlash too. It was because of this that he did not mind Yun Yang coveting the oceanic suppressing staff. "Even if I let you take it, can you take it away? To you, the more you touch the oceanic suppressing staff, the more you'll exhaust yourself. I can take the chance to kill you and get rid of any future troubles." It was because of this thought that he was not in a hurry. Even when he saw Yun Yang grab the oceanic suppressing staff, he did not panic. The oceanic suppressing staff in his hand would only become a burden to Yun Yang. He could not even move and would become a live target that would not rest until he was dead. "No matter how cunning you are, Supreme Cloud, you'll have to drink the water I wash my feet with this time." Neptune had even made up his mind to let Yun Yang hold on to the oceanic divine staff until he beat him to death. What he did not expect was for Yun Yang to actually lift the divine staff of ocean-suppressing staff. Not only did he lift it up, he even took it away. How was this possible? At this moment, Sea King was completely dumbfounded. He dared not believe what he was seeing, almost suspecting that he was in a nightmare. After a moment, extreme shock, extreme fear, and extreme anger filled his heart. My oceanic suppressing staff. My artifact. I almost fought the Phoenix Sovereign to the death, but the artifact that I wanted to hand over was taken away by another person, by a human. At this moment, Sea King, who was on the verge of collapse, went berserk. Howling, he rushed over. "Leave the oceanic suppressing staff behind." All the Sea Clan experts supported themselves with all their might and rushed over. "Leave the oceanic suppressing staff behind." However, it was not easy for Yun Yang to keep it. How could he hand it over? With a long howl, the purple jade flute in his hand reappeared. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? What followed was a series of bam 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 sounds, 8 ways to fight at night. Poof, 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 the brains of the 3 demonic saints who were at their lowest state burst. Yun Yang grunted and spat another mouthful of blood. He turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the Sea King's hall. Chapter 1486. Seeing that Yun Yang had escaped, Sea Emperor chased after him like a maniac. "Stop him! Stop him!" Sea Emperor bellowed with all his might, turning into a bolt of lightning. The experts of the Sea Clan behind him struggled to stand up as well. Other than the 3 unlucky saints who had yet to recover from having their brains ruptured, the rest of the Sea Clansmen staggered out, ignoring the fact that their cultivation base had yet to recover. All the Sea Clansmen present were burning with anxiety and trepidation. The divine ocean suppressing staff, the peerless artifact that had been passed down by the demonic race for a long time, had been snatched under everyone's watchful eyes. It had been snatched under the watchful eyes of almost 30 pinnacle experts of the Sea Clan. This matter was simply absurd just by listening to it. It was just a joke. Yet, it had happened. Yunyang charged out of the hall like a gust of wind and bumped into a troop of thousands of Sea clan warriors. Without a word, Yunyang barged in without any room for resistance. The hundreds of warriors who bore the brunt of Yunyang's charge were smashed into minced meat. Yunyang's charge, on the other hand, had created a bloody path in the troop of thousands of people. Blood splattered in the air as far as the eye could see. Everything had happened too quickly. The cultivation base of the Sea clan warriors was far weaker than Yunyang's. Before they could understand what was going on, Yunyang had already barged through. Then, there was a loud boom. It was Yunyang, who had not yet exhausted his momentum, breaking through the barrier in the water and entering the vast ocean. Yunyang managed to escape from the imperial city, but before he could thank his lucky stars, he felt a heavy sense of injury and helplessness. He knew that he had yet to truly escape, so he dared not relax. Forcefully activating his water manifestation power, he turned himself into a water droplet again and sped upwards. Fortunately, the oceanic suppressing staff's power that the Zhu Hai crowd had unleashed earlier was halted by Yunyang's saber. Otherwise, if they were to turn into water and escape now, they would probably be trapped in their own trap. Neptune's pursuit of Yunyang was almost in front of and behind him, but Yunyang was already nowhere to be seen. With another roar, Neptune's manifestation appeared abruptly. It was the true form of Naga with 3 heads and 8 arms. An awe-inspiring curtain of light enveloped the sea in an instant. As far as the eye could see, the seawater had turned into a combination of blue sea and blue sky. Amidst the jade-green sea, there was a speck of white light that seemed to be flying upwards. He is over there. Sea Race General Mobilization Order. Capture Supreme Cloud at all costs. All sages, saint venerables, and saints, move out at all costs. Disregard casualties. Seal the sea. Seal the seawater. Supreme Cloud must be killed in the sea. The Sea Emperor rushed towards the surface of the sea as he gave out orders. Following the Ocean King's order, the entire sea began to tremble. Countless experts of the sea race rode on the waves, tearing through the void and seawater as they charged towards the surface of the sea. Their momentum was unprecedented. For a moment, the entire sea churned like a pot that had been boiled. Emperor Rock and the others were still standing guard at the top of the mountain to prevent Yunyang from wreaking havoc. In the midst of his boredom, he suddenly saw the entire sea emit a dazzling golden light that was quickly extinguished. Then, it emitted an even more dazzling golden light once again. Has the sea race gone mad? Are they activating the divine staff's power twice in a row? All the sovereigns were extremely confused by what they were seeing. A moment later, the sea churned like a pot that had been boiled. What the hell was going on? Could there have been a great battle? Emperor Peng, Emperor Eagle, and the others watched attentively. They even took pleasure in Emperor Peng's misfortune. It looked like something big had happened to these fellows of the sea race. They deserved it. It was unknown whether some powerhouse of the sea race coveted the Sea Emperor's divine staff of suppressing sea, or perhaps some other change had occurred. Just as the sovereigns were focused, the seawater beneath them suddenly split apart as if it had exploded. A faintly discernible white light shot up into the sky, carrying an immeasurable amount of seawater with it. It flashed past and disappeared in midair. Almost at the same time, a stalwart figure with 3 heads and 8 arms, similarly engulfed in billowing waves, rushed up as well and roared, "Supreme Cloud! Leave the divine weapon behind." They rushed into the air and began to fight in all directions. There was clearly no one near the space where the imposing figure stood, but the Sea Emperor continued to unleash ferocious attacks as if he was fighting an invisible person. A moment later, many experts of the sea race emerged from the sea. There were so many of them that it was as if all the experts of the sea race had gathered in one place. It was an unprecedented scene. Suddenly, the Sea Emperor of the horizon let out a roar, and a muffled groan came from the air. A figure finally appeared. It was Yun Yang. He staggered backward, his body covered in wounds and blood dripping from head to toe. There was almost no unscathed flesh on his body. Emperor Peng and the other sovereigns could not help but suck in a cold breath when they saw this scene. This heaven's yellow supreme cloud was truly audacious. He had actually gone to the bottom of the sea to cause trouble. But, what had he done? How could he have made the Sea Emperor come after him in such a frenzied manner, risking his life? Previously, the Sea Emperor had only limited himself to commanding and had not personally taken action. Now, not only had he taken action, but he had also used his divine form. The series of attacks just now had been his ultimate technique. He did not care about anything else, and every move he made was to perish together with the enemy. He did not care about the cost and did not care about anything. There was also the group of top combat power of the sea race. All of them looked like they had suffered heavy injuries and could not even stand properly, but they still charged forward without a care for their own safety. All of them gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to swallow Yun Yang alive. How much hatred and resentment did they have for them to do this? It took less than a blink of an eye for Yun Yang to be attacked by dozens of saint-level powerhouses when he was flung out of the air and surrounded by dozens of saint-level experts. Even Emperor Peng felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this, and his body was covered in cold sweat. If it were me, I'm afraid I would have been killed long ago. Watching Yun Yang roar in the air and fight bravely, the gazes of Emperor Peng and the others were inexplicably complicated. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it, the heaven's yellow supreme cloud, who had once sold all kinds of fruits and swindled people in the demon race with the cultivation base of a saint venerable, had now grown to a height that the other sovereigns of the demon race could only look up to. His cultivation base was no longer lower than that of Phoenix Emperor and Demon Emperor, but it was enough to be on par with them. At this moment, he was resisting the siege of nearly 60 saints of the sea race led by Neptune with his own strength. He could even put up a stubborn resistance and fight for his life. Even when he was covered in wounds, even when his injuries were severe, even when he could only defend himself and had no power to retaliate, all the experts in the bound of universe had to admit that Yun Yang was already on the same level as the Demon Emperor, Neptune, and Phoenix Monarch, the pinnacle of the world. He was a peerless figure. Yun Yang has completely matured now. Emperor Peng's tone was filled with emotion. Recalling how the heaven's yellow supreme cloud had advanced bravely, even he, the sovereign of a race, could not help but sigh in admiration. However, with his cultivation base of a saint venerable, his incarnation had entered the demon race and stirred up a storm, causing chaos in the entire demon race. There were even signs of internal strife. After enduring the demon clan's heaven-sealing forbidden technique and being wanted all over the world, he still managed to return to the bound of universe unscathed. When he came again, he had already advanced to the level of a sage. After that, he did not go back. He kept causing trouble here, fighting with the Eagle Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor, the Tiger Emperor, the Leopard Emperor, and now the Ocean Emperor. Every battle was an extreme battle where he had a slim chance of survival. Even though there were many saint-level cultivators in the demon race, none of them had such rich combat experience as Yun Yang. It could be said that the heaven's yellow supreme cloud's experience in the demon race was a gamble with his life on the line. With so many dangers, so many adventures, and so many extreme battles, Emperor Peng and the others could not help but break out in sweat and shudder at the thought of it. However, he had come all the way. He did not die and had grown all the way to where he was now. The heaven's yellow supreme cloud is indeed a hero of his generation. A peerless prodigy. I'm inferior. Emperor Peng could not help but sigh. He thought of himself and wondered if he had been living too comfortably all these years. Even though he was severely injured and his physical strength was exhausted, Yun Yang still wielded his saber like it was flying. Saber light streaked across the sky like a cold bolt of lightning. The experts of the Sea clan who besieged Yunyang all had wounds on their bodies. Blood splattered endlessly and rained down from the sky. However, Yunyang's indomitable spirit did not make the experts of the Sea clan retreat. All of them seemed to have gone mad as they cheered for a fierce battle, never backing down. Yunyang's situation was inevitably getting more and more dangerous. Ever since he left the sea, no one, be it Yunyang or the experts of the Sea clan, spoke a word related to this battle. Eagle Emperor, who was watching the battle coldly from the side, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. When Sea Emperor first came out, he said in a fit of rage, "Yunyang, put down the divine weapon." Could Yunyang have stolen some divine weapon of the Sea clan and caused the Sea clan to besiege him and not stop until he's dead? His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, could the divine weapon that Yunyang took be the oceanic suppressing staff? When he mentioned the sea-suppressing divine staff, the Eagle Emperor's body couldn't help but tremble. The eyes of Emperor Peng, Emperor Tiger, and the others lit up like searchlights as well. How many divine weapons were there in this world? To be able to be called a divine artifact, it seemed like there was only one of them right now. Another loud crash resounded. Yunyang was flung away like a kite with a broken string. Along the way, new wounds were added to his body. In just a blink of an eye, there were another 50 to 60 new wounds. Yunyang bellowed as if his life depended on it. Purple chi filled the sky as the purple jade flute appeared once more. He did not ponder what skill he was going to use anymore. Instead, he retaliated violently and broke a high-level saint's body in half. After his successful attack, he shouted angrily, "Sea Emperor! Even if you kill me today, don't even think about taking back the oceanic suppressing staff." The direction he retreated towards was where Emperor Peng and the others were. Sea Emperor was enraged. "You're courting death." Since the beginning of the gang fight, he had been suppressing Yunyang with the most ferocious attacks. He did not even have the time to catch his breath, much less the time to speak. It was all to prevent Yunyang from opening his mouth and becoming an additional variable. Now, this fellow was clearly at the end of his tether and could die at any time, but he had found such an opportunity. And this sentence could possibly change the outcome of this battle. As expected, as soon as Yunyang spoke, no less than 30 to 40 saints of the demon race who were watching the battle from the other side of the mountain widened their eyes. They looked at each other without blinking, as if they were afraid of missing out on any information. Emperor Peng, who had been watching from the sidelines, let out a long howl and flew up first. Almost at the same time, the Eagle Emperor and the others flew up as well, followed by the Tiger Emperor and Panther Emperor. Countless experts of the demon race pounced over like a swarm of bees. Sea Emperor was enraged. "Rock Emperor! What are you all doing?" Emperor Peng laughed harshly. "What are we doing? We're just upholding some justice. We're watching you fight with numbers and bully others. It's really against morality. We're enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens." Sea Emperor said angrily, "Do you know what you're doing? You're helping humans. Are you trying to cause a war between the sea race and the demon race? This is a period of cooperation between the two races. Are you doing this because of the demon emperor's instructions?" Emperor Peng laughed out loud. "When did I intend to destroy the cooperation between the two races? Although Supreme Cloud is a human, he's also the sworn brother of the demon race's Fox Emperor and Cat Ancestor. Naturally, he's also an old friend of ours. No matter what, we have to give those two brothers some face. We can't let their brothers be bullied by you and die in one day." As they spoke, the demon emperors were not far from Yunyang. Yunyang laughed when he heard this. "Emperor Peng and Eagle Emperor are indeed my big brother's good brothers. I believe the two brothers will still be smiling in the afterlife." As soon as he said this, the faces of Emperor Peng, Eagle Emperor, Fox Emperor, and the others flushed red. The situation was urgent, and there was no excuse to forcefully intervene. The sovereigns had no choice but to use the Fox Emperor's name. They were already upset, and when they were provoked by Yun Yang's words, they felt even more bitter. Yun Yang's face was pale, and he had little mystical qi left. The endless divine art that he was still using was already difficult to move. He really could not hold on any longer and urgently needed some time to catch his breath. Otherwise, he would not have come up with such a bad plan to lure the demon emperors over. As the Eagle Emperor and the other demon emperors intervened forcefully, the sea race's attack was still ongoing, but it was still affected. Yun Yang, who was still besieged, finally had some breathing room. The three parties had probably fallen into a very subtle stalemate. Seeing that the demon emperors were about to intervene in the battle, the sea race was furious. They did not know if they should split up to stop the demons. Yun Yang, who was already exhausted and barely holding on, suddenly unleashed the last of his strength. Not only did he force the besiegers to retreat, but he also soared up into the sky. Yun Yang looked like he had escaped, but it was actually just a fleeting moment of invincibility. The attack had already used up his remaining mystical qi and skill, leaving him with no energy to escape. Even if he had some energy left, how could he survive when faced with so many demon emperors of the bird species who were famous for flying? Below, the demon race and sea race's experts rushed over together, targeting Yun Yang with murderous intent. However, Yun Yang was not someone who would act rashly. What he did just now was, of course, a deliberate move. He let out a long laugh. Ha ha ha. Since I can't bring this oceanic suppressing staff away, I'll hand it over to you. Emperor Peng, not only because you've helped me, but also because you still remember the words Fox Emperor. The office's stereo went silent. I got someone to fix it. After an entire afternoon, I found out that the wiring had been rearranged, and I tried connecting it to electricity. I found out that there was a power outage. I'm speechless. It's fine if I don't know, but nitrogen. You're the one who fixed the stereo, but you don't know either. I think this is too weird. I even paid $100 in the end. It's been a few hours, but I'm still depressed. Chapter 1487. With a flash of golden light, the divine ocean-suppressing staff, which he had just obtained and had yet to warm up, fell out of his deific consciousness space and landed on Emperor Rock, who was the fastest. Yun Yang's body continued to rise, soaring upwards. However, at this moment, all the gazes and attention of the experts from the demon race and sea clan were no longer on Yun Yang, even though Yun Yang was the archenemy of the demon race and sea clan and a target they had to eliminate. At this moment, there was only one thing in everyone's eyes: the divine ocean-suppressing staff. Although Emperor Neptune wished that he could skin Yun Yang alive and grind his bones to ashes, he still chose to temporarily let Yun Yang go at this juncture. He turned his target back to snatching the divine ocean-suppressing staff. A supreme artifact. A symbol of power. Invincible. In an instant, the experts of the demon race and sea clan fell into a frenzy. Everyone's target was the divine ocean-suppressing staff. Hundreds of saint experts rushed towards the divine ocean-suppressing staff that was shining with a yellow light and falling straight from the sky. It looked like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Furthermore, this group of hungry tigers was ferocious. As expected, Emperor Rock was the first to touch the divine ocean-suppressing staff. A claw extended at lightning speed, wanting to take the staff away. With Emperor Rock's flying speed, no one in this world could snatch the staff away if it really fell into his hands. However, the moment Emperor Rock touched the staff, the weapons of dozens of experts from the Sea Clan slashed at him in unison. Emperor Rock could forcefully retrieve the staff, but there would inevitably be a moment of delay. That moment was enough for the weapons, palms, and cultivation techniques of dozens of pinnacle experts to strike Emperor Rock. At the same time, the Sea Emperor roared angrily. An arm suddenly stretched out without any warning, and with a whoosh, it grew thousands of feet long. Before all the attacking weapons could reach him, he ruthlessly struck Emperor Rock's chest with his palm. Emperor Rock, who was caught off guard, grunted and instantly transformed into his true form. He returned to being a giant rock that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Unfortunately, it was immediately hit by various weapons, causing golden light to flash and feathers to fly everywhere. However, with a roar, it actually resisted the countless attacks and fiercely grabbed the sea-suppressing divine staff. It would rather suffer a heavy blow than give up. With a flash of golden light, a long saber appeared in Poseidon's hand. The next moment, a saber light flashed. All the experts had the same feeling: heaven and earth would be split into two by this saber. Golden light flashed. Emperor Rock let out an extremely painful roar. His voice shook the entire area. A massive claw, which was as large as a mountain, had been sliced off by the brilliant saber strike. The huge rock claw, together with the ocean-suppressing divine scepter, fell into the sea. The Eagle Emperor let out a long cry as his body shook, revealing his true form. Like a black arrow, he shot forward at an unparalleled speed. At the last moment when the sea-suppressing divine staff was about to fall into the sea, Jiang caught up and used his spine to lift the sea-suppressing divine staff up. With a boom, the sea-suppressing divine staff fell onto the Eagle Emperor's back. This was equivalent to being ruthlessly smashed. The Eagle Emperor let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this didn't reduce the joy of obtaining a treasure at all. He flapped his wings with all his might and took advantage of the gap to fly away with the sea-suppressing divine staff. In an instant, he flew more than 1,000 feet away and spat out a mouthful of life essence. His speed actually increased once again. If he was as fast as an arrow just now, then he was even faster than an arrow now. He was about to rush out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, he was not far from the sea. A monstrous wave suddenly rose, and actually enveloped the Eagle Emperor, who was moving at high speed, within the wave. A cold and stern voice shouted, "Come down." Countless weapons flashed in the waves again. The Eagle Emperor roared at the sky. Large amounts of blood immediately gushed out of his body, splattering the sky. However, the Black Eagle body seemed to not see the injuries on his body. He still stubbornly held onto the sea-suppressing divine staff and struggled out of the waves with all his might. Once he returned to the sky, he let out an eagle cry, "Tiger." The Tiger Emperor turned into his original form, a huge white tiger that was tens of thousands of feet long. He shook his head and wagged his tail as he chased after the Eagle Emperor. Ever since the Eagle Emperor rushed out, he had been chasing after him. He knew that although the Eagle Emperor's attacks were sharp and his flying speed was strong, his individual strength was far inferior. Furthermore, the sea-suppressing divine staff was unusually heavy. Thus, even if the Eagle Emperor succeeded, he still needed another helper to support him. Thus, he chased after him. However, even though he chased after him with all his might, he was still left behind from the start. The Eagle Emperor's flying speed was simply too fast. Not to mention that he also had that mouthful of life essence. This also caused the Eagle Emperor to be unable to help but rely on his own strength when he was attacked. At this moment, the Eagle Emperor's huge body was like a sieve that was full of holes. Blood flowed out from many of his wounds. Previously, when he returned to the sky, he was only barely able to do so. On the surface of the sea, countless members of the sea race reached out with their huge tentacles and grabbed the Eagle Emperor, dragging him into the sea. The Eagle Emperor struggled with all his might. Thousands of feet away, the Sea Emperor and the other experts of the sea race had already torn through space and arrived. Ah! The Eagle King made a prompt decision and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence in an instant. His power instantly increased, and he let out a fierce roar. He carried the sea-suppressing divine staff on his back and dragged the countless sea race's tentacles with him as he rose 400 to 500 feet into the air and charged in the direction of the Tiger King. This is our demon ancestors' sacred weapon. It belongs to the demon race. The Eagle Emperor shouted at the top of his lungs. The Crane Emperor, the Eagle Emperor, and the other bird-type demon emperors had already arrived. Countless sharp lights shot out and cut off all the tentacles in the sea. The Tiger Emperor flew directly under the Eagle Emperor and carried him and the sea-suppressing divine staff on his back. The Crane Emperor and the Eagle Emperor also transformed into their true forms. One on the left and one on the right, they supported the Eagle Emperor and flew forward with all their might. Let's go! The Rock Emperor, the Leopard Emperor, and the Wolf Emperor had already led the other demon sages over. They all gathered behind the Eagle Emperor and the others. A total of more than 40 demon sages blocked the oceanic race army that was surging over like a tidal wave. Behind them, the demon sage and half-sage army also rushed over with all their might. The Sea Emperor appeared in a flash. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. Rock Emperor, you snatched the divine staff by force. Are you courting death? Without waiting for the Rock Emperor's reply, he roared, attack. Dead or alive. The two sides immediately fought fiercely, and it was extremely intense. At this moment, both sides forgot about the alliance and the world extermination plan. There was only one thing that mattered, the sea-suppressing divine staff. The Rock Emperor roared into the sky. The blood essence in his body surged into the sky, turning into a small rock that flapped its wings and disappeared. Go find the Phoenix Emperor. The next moment, both sides collided violently. Just a single touch caused blood to spurt everywhere. For the demon race. For the sea race. As soon as both sides came into contact, they fought with all their might. More than 20 beginner-level saints exploded the moment they came into contact with the sea-suppressing divine staff. The battle was indescribably tragic. On the other hand, Yun Yang, the culprit, was panting hard in the sky. This time, he was almost beaten to a pulp. Now, no one, be it the oceanic race or the demons, paid attention to him. He was an irreconcilable enemy of the demon race and the sea race. Looking at the battle below, Yun Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. Alliance? I'll let you guys form an alliance. With the sea-suppressing divine staff, let's see how you guys reconcile. The demon race's civil war was so intense that the sun and moon lost their light. They fought from the sea to the sky and then back to the sea. Countless Saint Venerables and Saint Monarchs fell from the sky like dumplings. Too many experts from the two clans had already become corpses the moment they fell from the sky. Whether it was Saint Monarchs or Saint Venerables, or even half-step saints, as long as they had not reached the level of a saint, they could not instantly recover their origin and be reborn from a single drop of blood. Participating in a battle of this level was no different from courting death. This was only the members of the oceanic race nearby. They had already fled in panic at the beginning of the battle. Those who did not manage to escape in time, the weaker members of the oceanic race who lived within 3,000 miles of the battle's origin and 20,000 feet underwater, were all killed by the aftermath of the battle. As the battle became more and more intense, even the top saint-level powerhouses of this world began to fall. In the continuous fierce battle, 9 saint-level of the Sea clan and 7 saint-level of the Demon clan died because their life force was completely wiped out. Among the Sea clan sages, only 4 of them died because their combat power was not strong enough and they were attacked by the demons. The other 5 died because they were part of the group that activated the sea-suppressing divine scepter in the Sea Emperor Palace. Because they had consumed too much energy in the process of activating the scepter, they had rushed to the battle before they could recover. In the end, they were completely exhausted and were besieged to death by the Demon clan. Their deaths could be said to be extremely tragic, Strictly speaking, at least in this round of battle, the oceanic race's loss was far greater than the demon race's. Those who were qualified and capable of joining forces to activate the sea-suppressing divine staff were the cream of the crop, whether it was their cultivation base or their loyalty to the Sea Emperor. They were also the cream of the oceanic race's pinnacle combat power. The death of 5 of them was a great loss. Although the demons had also lost 7 saints, none of them were demon emperors. They were only the elites of the various races. As the casualties on both sides increased, both sides became more and more bloodthirsty. They shouted loudly and fought fiercely. The Eagle Emperor and the Rock Emperor were injured, but they still fought bravely. This also caused many experts of the oceanic race to focus their attacks on them. As a result, although the 2 emperors did not die, they were beaten to the point where their lives were hanging by a thread. Finally, they were rescued by the experts of the demon race and escorted to the mountain by the sea. Only then did they have a chance to catch their breath. At that moment, the focus of both sides was the sea-suppressing divine staff. It was still emitting a yellow light as it stood on the mountaintop. It was not that no one wanted to keep it, but the item was ridiculously heavy. Ordinary spatial items could not carry it at all. Even if the Tiger Emperor and the other demons had exquisite spatial items that had been passed down since ancient times and could carry this treasure, the user's movement would be restricted immediately. They would be slowed down by more than 60%, and they would have to expend a lot of energy to deal with it. The Tiger Emperor had originally planned to keep it, but countless experts of the oceanic race had focused on the wielder of the staff without any regard for their lives. Even someone as powerful as the Tiger Emperor had almost died, so he had quickly placed this hot potato on a mountain. The Tiger Emperor sighed deeply. This thing was 2F** king heavy. No wonder Rock Emperor, who had both speed and strength, couldn't escape with the treasure when he came into contact with it. Instead, he had lost one of his claws. The Eagle Emperor had temporarily obtained the treasure, but it had become a huge burden. If he had not continuously activated the origin of life, he might have perished in this battle. Now, this thing was the Reaper's stick. Whoever took it would die. As for Yun Yang, he could not be blamed for giving up on the treasure. Carrying this thing would greatly slow down his speed, and he would definitely die if he tried to escape with it. As the battle grew more and more intense, the demonic beasts, who had relatively fewer people, were all fighting with all their might. They could no longer free themselves to retrieve the divine staff. The only 2 that were free were the heavily injured Eagle Emperor and Rock Emperor, who were on the verge of death. The Eagle Emperor did not have any spare energy to retrieve the staff in his current state. He could barely even breathe now. Asking him to retrieve the staff now was akin to asking him to die. There was also the Rock Emperor. He had only lost one of his claws, but he had endured countless attacks from the oceanic race and had been struck by Neptune's palm. His injuries were not much better than the Eagle Emperor's, so he could only take a breather. On the demon race's side, even though all of them were elites, and all of them were fighting with their lives on the line, their absolute strength was still far inferior to the other side. Especially as the battle continued, more and more sea races' reinforcements arrived. The demon race originally had more than 600 high-end combat forces, but now only slightly more than 300 were left. The demon race's experts who were below the middle level of Saint Monarch had long died. At this moment, the remaining 300 or so experts formed a defensive circle, protecting the dying Eagle Emperor, Rock Emperor, and the divine ocean staff in the center of the circle. They were still fighting and resisting stubbornly. There were more and more members of the sea race outside, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Their total combat power had already exceeded 50,000, and their combat power was at least above the level of a supreme saint. The sea-suppressing divine scepter was right in front of them, within easy reach. The eyes of the sea race all turned red, and their attacks became stronger and stronger. On the other hand, the demon clan was also extremely excited. They could finally take back the demon ancestors' treasure. Now that they had it, all that was left was to bring it home. As long as they could protect it, they would win. Hold on. The Crane Emperor fought fiercely. As long as we hold on until the Phoenix Emperor arrives, we will win. The ancestral treasure will return, and the demon race will prosper. The Sea Emperor roared, "Come on, come on." His eyes were already bloodshot. What kind of feeling was it to have the divine artifact that had been in his hands for countless years snatched away? It was not just unforgettable, it was heart-wrenching. At this moment, a dark red flame suddenly appeared in the distance, rising endlessly and gradually approaching. That was the Phoenix Emperor rushing over. Along with it was another glorious aura, but it was unprecedentedly grand. It was as grand as it could be. That was the Demon Emperor. Other than the Demon Emperor, no one else in the entire demon race could have such a grand aura. The Sea Emperor was even more enraged. With the Demon Emperor and Phoenix Emperor arriving together, it was even more impossible to get the Divine Ocean Staff back. Unless he could get the staff back before the two emperors arrived, he would no longer have any fate with the Divine Staff. Because of this, the Sea Emperor roared into the sky, and the boundless ocean surged. Monstrous waves shot up into the sky, as if they were really connected to the heavens. The appearance of this unprecedented wave actually cut off the Demon Emperor and Phoenix Emperor's line of sight. Following that, with a thunderous roar, a golden light flew out, and a 10,000-meter-tall golden-armored god suddenly appeared in the sky. He held a golden longbow in his hand, and then he nocked an arrow. Countless golden light arrows shot out. Countless sharp arrows shot toward the Rock Emperor, Eagle Emperor, and the others. With one arrow, the golden-armored giant immediately dissipated. However, the arrow did not dissipate. Seeing the danger, the Crane Emperor suddenly revealed his true form, and his giant wings flapped wildly, swinging toward the sharp arrows. However, there was only a soft swoosh. Not only did the seemingly indestructible wings not destroy the sharp arrows, but they were also silently pierced through. The arrowhead contained an extremely sharp aura as it pierced through the Crane Emperor's head. A drop of blood appeared. The Crane Emperor roared, and a wound appeared on his head as if it had appeared out of thin air. In the next instant, a large amount of blood mixed with brain matter flowed out rapidly. And this wound, even the Crane Emperor, who had the body of a high-grade sage, could not heal himself. The Crane Emperor roared crazily and screamed, but his huge body spun and fell from the sky. It was not just the Crane Emperor, the Tiger Emperor, the Panther Emperor, the Wolf Emperor, the Eagle Emperor. All the demon race experts that formed the defensive circle, more than 70 of them, all had an eye-catching wound in the middle of their heads. For a moment, all the experts' eyes were blank, and they all fell to the ground. The power of that golden light was so powerful that none of the demon race experts were spared. As for the demon race experts whose ranks were lower than sages, they died on the spot. For a moment, the sky was like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The atmosphere suddenly became unprecedentedly heavy. This scene happened too suddenly, and it was beyond everyone's expectations, whether it was the demon race or the sea race. The person who caused this shocking scene, the Ocean Emperor, had an unprecedentedly pale face, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He looked haggard, and his body swayed in the air as if he could fall at any time. However, he still forced himself to fly toward the mountain peak. Landing. His target was the sea-suppressing divine staff. The Eagle Emperor and Rock Emperor lay on the ground, panting with difficulty. The two of them watched in despair as their brothers fell from the sky powerlessly and fell in front of them. They were panting with difficulty, and their breaths were weak. They were clearly on the verge of death, but they seemed to be in a worse state than the two of them. So many powerful brothers. How could this be? What kind of injury was this? Even a high-grade sage couldn't avoid it, and they couldn't even escape. With so many demon race experts piled up here, it was difficult for them to even move. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Both the Eagle Emperor and Rock Emperor couldn't believe it. However, they had to believe it. That's the arrow of Nirvana. The Eagle Emperor roared. The arrow of Nirvana couldn't be avoided or dodged. It trapped the soul, and anyone who was hit would die. It was also the ultimate move that the Sea Emperor could only use once in his life. He could only use it once in his life. At the same time, it was the Sea Emperor's final trump card. It forcefully extracted 90% of the Sea Emperor's soul, divine sense, and physical strength, and gathered all of it in one attack. It would trigger the ancestor god's power to appear, and kill the enemy in the blink of an eye. This move was the Sea Emperor's taboo move. Chapter 1488. Even though the Sea Emperor's arrow of Nirvana was aimed at too many targets and was too scattered, causing its destructive power to be reduced, the Tiger Emperor and his brothers were still fatally injured. Even though they were lucky enough to survive and were still conscious for a short period of time, this was only temporary. If they didn't receive treatment in time, they would immediately be unconscious for more than 100 years. After waking up in the future, they wouldn't be able to recover their strength for at least 3,000 years. During this recovery period, they wouldn't even have 1% of their peak strength. They would need at least 10,000 years to fully recover, and it was only a possibility. But who knew what would happen in these 10,000 years? The Sea Emperor's desperate attack had achieved unprecedented results, causing more than half of the peak experts of the demon race to fall. Emperor Peng and the others were heavily injured and unconscious on the spot. There was no need to mention the low-level and mid-level sages of the demon race. All of them died on the spot under the arrow of Nirvana. They didn't even have room to struggle. Seeing the Sea Emperor fly down to grab the sea-suppressing divine staff, the Eagle Emperor's eyes turned red. Was the sea-suppressing divine staff going to be snatched back after sacrificing so many? If the Sea Emperor came down, so many of his brothers wouldn't be able to protect themselves. Would the Sea Emperor let them off? Screech. No. Emperor Peng's expression changed drastically. He clearly realized what the Eagle Emperor was about to do. However, the Eagle Emperor suddenly let out a long cry. Suddenly, his body burned with a blazing white flame. His body, which was originally lying on the ground, suddenly soared into the air and fiercely crashed towards the Sea Emperor. His entire body burned with blazing white flames. The flames became more and more intense. The Eagle Emperor looked up into the sky with determination. There was no turning back. The heavily injured Eagle Emperor's last bit of soul and origin soul burned at this moment. The Sea Emperor descended and the Eagle Emperor charged up. Seeing the Sea Emperor's might, the other experts of the sea race didn't dare to go forward. What if they aroused the Sea Emperor's suspicion? What if they were hit by that attack? Therefore, the only one who came to collect the divine artifact was the Sea Emperor himself. When they saw the Eagle Emperor fly up, it was already too late for the Turtle Minister and the others to go forward. The Eagle Sovereign and the Sea Sovereign clashed about 300 meters away from the top of the mountain. It was the most extreme and direct contact. The Eagle Emperor was so close to the Sea Emperor that he could see the fear in the Sea Emperor's eyes. No. I don't want you, my ass. The Eagle Emperor roared, come with me. Scum. With a bang, the two monarchs collided solidly together. The blazing white flames on the Eagle Emperor's body instantly soared and engulfed the Ocean Emperor. Emperor Rock, who was the only one remaining clear-headed on the mountain, suddenly closed his eyes, unable to bear seeing the Eagle Monarch's final strike. At this time, a loud roar came from the horizon, stop. It was the voice of the Phoenix Emperor. He had just broken through the barrier and rushed over, but it was already too late. Only the Eagle Emperor's hearty laughter resounded. The sea-suppressing divine staff belongs to the demon race. Boom, a ball of light suddenly exploded in the air. The Eagle Emperor had activated his life source and decided to self-destruct, like a bright sun rising from the sky. The Eagle Emperor was extremely furious and decided to go to the extreme. He didn't hold back at all in this explosion. Even his Niden, origin soul, physical body, divine sense, everything that could be added was fused into this explosion. This time, not only did he not leave any leeway for himself, but he also didn't leave any leeway for the other party. Other than the mountain where Emperor Rock and the others were lying, which was deliberately preserved by the Eagle Emperor, the other 4 surrounding mountains were all reduced to ashes. Surging seawater flowed out. But at this moment, no one cared about this. All the experts of the Sea Clan stared at this scene in a daze. This series of unforeseen events had first caused many sages to fall one after another. Then, the Sea Emperor had used his ultimate forbidden move to destroy the demon race's peak combat power. Then, the Eagle Emperor, who was on the verge of death, had gone to the extreme and self-destructed to deal with the Sea Emperor. This was really F*King exciting. It was too F*King unreal. Amidst the intense light of the explosion, the Sea Emperor's huge body tumbled. His body kept shattering, and his screams rang out incessantly. His 8 arms had all left his body, and his 2 legs had also turned into specks of starlight and dissipated. As for the 3 heads, 2 of them had already disappeared. The remaining one was also emitting specks of drifting light. In the end, the remaining head and half of his body howled miserably in the blazing white light. As he struggled, he fell into the sea, dripping with blood. A figure flashed. The Phoenix Emperor and the Demon Emperor finally sensed it and landed on the mountain. When the 2 emperors saw the tragic scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There was no need to say anything else. Just the Eagle Emperor's roar before he self-destructed, the sea-suppressing divine scepter that was quietly emitting yellow light on the ground, and the tragic scene. The Phoenix Emperor and the Demon Emperor almost instantly understood what had happened. This was the outcome of the fight for the sea-suppressing divine scepter. However, the 2 emperors couldn't figure out one thing: wasn't the sea-suppressing divine scepter always in the hands of the Sea Emperor? How could there be a fight over it? This lacked a process, or rather, an opportunity, Brother Phoenix. Tears of blood flew from the eyes of Emperor Rock, who was lying on the ground. Remember to avenge the eagle. Avenge the eagle. The Tiger Emperor, Leopard Emperor, and the others cried out in unison, "Avenge us! Your Majesty Phoenix Emperor!" Prime Minister Turtle suddenly knelt in front of the Phoenix Emperor with his hunched body. "Your Majesty, please save my Emperor's life. From now on, the Sea Clan will follow the demon race's lead. We will no longer fight for the sea-suppressing divine scepter." The Sea Emperor's head and half of his body fell into the sea, bobbing up and down. However, the incandescent flames were still burning, and his body was still crumbling. Everyone could see that if there were no top-notch experts to rescue him and neutralize the power of the Eagle Emperor's self-destruction, which was the incandescent flames, the Sea Emperor would definitely die. He had first fought with Yun Yang with all his might, then fought with Emperor Rock and the others, sacrificing 90% of the power of his deific consciousness and soul before being attacked by the Eagle Emperor's self-destruction. Even though the Eagle Emperor was already at the end of his tether at that time, the power of the self-destruction of his soul was still enough to take away the half-dead Sea Emperor in one fell swoop. The Sea Emperor was the ruler of the Sea Clan, the supreme leader, and also the person with the highest cultivation base in the Sea Clan. Even though he had suffered heavy injuries this time, once the Sea Clan truly lost him, they would forever lose their right to speak in the demon realm. Now that the sea-suppressing divine scepter was in the hands of the demon race, they would never be able to get it back once the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Emperor arrived. This was a fact. Therefore, Prime Minister Turtle made a prompt decision and suggested that the Sea Clan was willing to submit completely and give up the sea-suppressing divine scepter in exchange for the Sea Emperor's life. The muscles on the Phoenix Emperor's face trembled violently. He hesitated, and his gaze kept changing. On the ground, Emperor Rock and the others, who were on the verge of death, raised their heads with all their might and cried out, "Brother Phoenix! No, no! Little Eagle has already gone. We can't let Little Eagle die in vain. We can't." At this moment, Emperor Rock and the others were already begging. They had already lost the strength to fight and were about to fall into a long coma. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the ability. However, their brothers couldn't die in vain. The Sea Emperor had to be buried with the Eagle Emperor. The current situation was simple. As long as the Phoenix Emperor and the Demon Emperor didn't interfere, the Sea Emperor was dead. All the heavily injured Emperor's eyes were about to spit out blood. The self-destructive flames that the Eagle Emperor had ignited with his life were not easy to deal with. It was definitely not something the exhausted Sea Emperor could deal with. The truth was as such. The Sea Emperor, who was floating on the surface of the sea, endured the incandescent flames and was about to be burned to ashes. At this moment, he only had less than a third of his body and half of his head left. At that moment, he couldn't even let out a miserable scream. Emperor Rock and the others watched happily, their eyes filled with joy. "Die! Die for my brothers! Your Majesty, Demon Emperor!" The Turtle Prime Minister kowtowed heavily and pleaded. The Phoenix Emperor has facilitated the cooperation between the two races and jointly proposed a plan to destroy the world. We have shown our goodwill and sincerity to each other. The billions of sea creatures of the sea race are already prepared to counterattack. We are only waiting for the Demon Emperor's order. The two Majesties have also returned with the Demon Ancestor's treasure, the sea-suppressing divine staff. The unification of the Black World is imminent. Why do you have to be impulsive and delay the overall situation? Your Majesty, the demon's current priority is to destroy the humans of the Black World. Now that the sea race has returned to the demons, they are your Majesty's subjects. Why can't you show us a mercy? Your Majesty, the overall situation is more important. Half of the Phoenix Emperor's body trembled violently. The Demon Emperor took a deep breath as his cheeks trembled. He turned to look at the Phoenix Emperor. "Brother Phoenix, the Phoenix Emperor was too familiar with the Demon Emperor." From the Demon Emperor's eyes, it was clear that the Demon Emperor was tempted. He wanted to save the Sea Emperor and achieve greater accomplishments. He wanted to become the ruler of the demons after the sea race. The Phoenix Emperor closed his eyes. Logically speaking, he could completely understand the Demon Emperor's choice. The results of this battle were tragic. Emperor Rock and more than 70 demon sages had been shot by the arrow of Nirvana and lost their combat strength. At the very least, they could not be relied on for the next 10,000 years. As for the other half-sages and great sages, they had long perished. This power, at least for now, had been completely lost. And this combat strength could be said to be the most elite combat strength below the Demon Emperor and Phoenix Emperor. It had been lost just like that. Right now, the demons were trying to destroy the human race. Suddenly losing this combat strength would definitely cause the battle to lose its stability. How could they make up for this loss? As long as the sea race was subdued, it would be fine. Although the sea race had suffered great losses in this battle, their main force was still intact. On the eve of a great battle, as a king, how could he ignore the overall situation because of a moment of impulse? Did he have to offend his allies to death? In particular, he had already obtained the sea-suppressing divine staff. The important sea race officials had even declared their allegiance to him. Furthermore, Prime Minister Turtle had promised on behalf of the Sea Emperor that the sea race would return to the demon race. This meant that the sea race, which had not returned to the demon race for 150,000 years, would return to the demon race. His identity as a demon emperor would advance further. This was a glorious achievement. How could he lose the big picture because of a small gain? The Phoenix Emperor sighed and slowly took a step back. As Emperor Rock and the others' joy turned to disappointment, disappointment turned to despair, and even despair, the demon monarch took a step forward. A dragon roar shook the sky. Following that, a resplendent wave of vitality scattered down. Wherever the vitality passed, a graceful golden dragon suddenly appeared in the sky and shouted, "Open!" Clear air flowed in all directions, completely separating the remaining incandescent flames. The clear air mixed with infinite vitality was completely injected into the Ocean Emperor's already fragmented body. As the white flames were isolated, the refreshing aura flowed around the Sea Emperor's body. The golden dragon in the sky opened its mouth again, and a golden beam of light landed on the Sea Emperor's body. The Demon Emperor's thoughts were very simple. Prime Minister Turtle had sworn that the Sea Emperor would return to the demon race with the sea race. Since he had decided to take action, he might as well do it thoroughly. Not only did he have to save the Sea Emperor, but he also had to help him recover. Only then could he appear glorious and approachable as the Lord of the demon race. Boundless vitality flowed endlessly into the Ocean Emperor's broken body, on the ground. Emperor Rock and the other 70+ sages watched this scene in a daze. All of them were expressionless, but tears rolled down their cheeks. They had been beaten to the point that they could not move. The Eagle Emperor had resolutely self-destructed for his brothers, protecting everyone and successfully protecting the sea-suppressing divine staff. Now, his sacrifice had become meaningless. The Emperor of a generation didn't even get a single scapegoat. He had already relied on himself to cripple the Sea Emperor, cripple him, and was about to kill him and perish together with him. But he was saved by the master he was loyal to. What else was there to say? Countless heavily injured demons instantly felt that their hearts were completely dead. The remaining 6 sages of the eagle race didn't cry. They were all expressionless. Their eyes were gloomy as they lowered their heads. They didn't look at the Demon Emperor again. The Phoenix Emperor's figure flashed and landed in front of everyone. A red halo of light that contained dense vitality poured out as if it was free. It enveloped the bodies of all the demons, and at the same time, she sighed softly. "Brother Peng, you guys have to understand that we have no other choice." The Tiger Emperor snorted and was about to speak when he was stopped by Emperor Rock. Emperor Rock raised his deeply lowered head gently. His face was already calm. He chuckled and said, "Brother Phoenix, there's no need to say anything else. We understand. We understand. We don't care about trifles. For the sake of the demon's great cause for thousands of years, some sacrifices are trivial. This isn't the time for us to throw a tantrum." The Eagle Emperor panted for a while. Under Emperor Rock's stern gaze, he smiled and said, "The world annihilation strategy is definitely a decisive battle with the humans. Everyone has long been prepared. For the sake of the demons, sacrifices are inevitable. Although I, Old Eagle, don't want to die and am even more afraid of death, it doesn't matter if it's my turn. It's all for the demons." The Leopard Emperor said, "That's right, that's right. We have all seen the Demon Emperor's grand plans and foresight. Indeed, we should focus on the overall situation now. However, Brother Phoenix, we can only say with shame that we won't be able to help our brothers anymore. We actually became deserters before the great battle. It's really... Sigh, I don't know what to say. Today is Aunt's 87th birthday. I drank 2 cups. Chapter 1489. The Phoenix Emperor let out a long sigh. The Sea Monarch's arrow of Nirvana is truly too vicious. Even if I use all my nirvana vitality to help you recover, the effects are still limited. Perhaps you don't need to sleep for 10,000 years, but you still need a considerable amount of time to recuperate. During this period of time, please rest and recuperate. Leave the subsequent matters to me. All right, all right, all right. The emperors nodded gratefully. I'll look for the sea monarch later and see if he has any items or methods to eliminate the arrow of nirvana. Even if it's just a little slower, it'll be good. The Phoenix Emperor sighed. Thank you, Brother Phoenix. Emperor Rock had a look of endless gratitude. Brother Phoenix, can you see if there's any hope of Little Eagle returning? The flames of nirvana are the best at reversing life and death and condensing one's soul. The Phoenix Emperor let out a long sigh. I can't. Little Eagle risked his life, but his soul and origins were destroyed. Emperor Rock choked for a moment before chuckling strangely. We brothers have been together for so many years. I didn't expect Little Eagle to be the first to be freed. Damn, I'm so envious of him. Ha ha ha. The Tiger Emperor laughed as well. I'll go take a look at Little Eagle when I return. No matter what, I have to help him take care of his people. Now that he has nothing to worry about, we'll have to be very busy. The Leopard Emperor licked his lips and said, Brother Phoenix, since you can't use your nirvana vitality on Little Eagle, contribute more to us. I don't want to be unconscious forever. Please. The Phoenix Emperor smiled and said, we're all brothers. There's no need to stand on ceremony. What's mine is everyone's. I'll do my best. As he spoke, he waved his hands continuously. Countless nirvana vitality rained down like a torrential rain, covering all the injured demons present. On the other side, countless sea creatures watched as the sea monarch recovered. Not only was he no longer dead, but he had also recovered a significant portion of his origin's power. With the sea monarch's own strength, he could barely condense a body. He stood weakly on the mountain peak and conversed with the demon emperor, who wielded the sea-suppressing divine scepter. The Phoenix Emperor turned around and left, saying a few words to the demon emperor. The demon emperor did not say anything and kept the sea-suppressing divine staff. After which, he turned around and walked over. His face was filled with shame. Brothers, I've come late. I'll help all of you heal now. With the combined strength of the Phoenix Emperor and I, we'll definitely be able to greatly reduce the time needed for all of you to recover. Emperor Rock and company were filled with gratitude. Thank you, boss. The Demon Emperor laughed heartily. Since you call me boss, what else is there to say? With a wave of his hands, an even larger golden dragon reappeared. Boundless vitality filled the air and enveloped the injured. The demons immediately benefited greatly. They were originally on the verge of death, but it was obvious that they had greatly improved. After the Phoenix Emperor said a few words to the Sea Monarch, he brought an interspatial ring over. Emperor Rock and the other great demons present received quite a number of special-grade treasures from the seabed. No one can cure the arrow of nirvana. There will always be some resistance. Eat more. With your foundation cultivation, not only will you not be in a coma, but you also won't have to recover for 10,000 years, he carefully calculated and said, I think that with the combination of my nirvana spirit fire, Brother Dragon's golden dragon core, and these targeted spirit herbs from the Sea Monarch, all of you will be able to recover about 30% of your strength in a month. However, the rest will require a long period of recuperation. You have to be prepared. Don't be impatient. More haste makes waste. Emperor Rock was overjoyed when he heard that. He said happily, I thought that I was going to become useless and could no longer participate in the battle. That's such a pity. So there's such a turning point. That's great, that's great. The Tiger Emperor, Leopard Emperor, and the others were grateful. It's all thanks to Brother Phoenix. The Phoenix Emperor let out a long sigh. I only hope that the resentment in your hearts can be slightly reduced. This time, it's me, and Emperor Rock was displeased as he cut him off. Brother Phoenix, what are you saying? What resentment? How can there be such a thing? We brothers are loyal. There's no need to distinguish between us. The Phoenix Emperor closed his eyes and looked up at the sky for a long time before opening his eyes and looking at Emperor Rock. Really? Emperor Rock looked firmly into the Phoenix Emperor's eyes and said, I've already said that brothers are loyal. Brother Phoenix, do you not plan on being loyal to me anymore? The Phoenix Emperor nodded. I understand. I misspoke. You really think too much. It's easy to get hurt when one is too smart. Sigh, what am I saying? You don't have to worry about us. You definitely have a lot of things to deal with on your side. Now is the critical moment of carrying out the world annihilation strategy. The overall situation is more important. We will return and recuperate. As long as we recover some strength, we will immediately come to help Brother Phoenix. All right, I'll wait for you, said the Phoenix Emperor solemnly. Not long after the sea race and the demon's upper echelons chatted, Sea Monarch expressed that he needed to recuperate and return to the sea. Phoenix Emperor and Demon Monarch turned around and expressed their desire to send Emperor Rock and the others back. However, Emperor Rock and the others firmly refused. We're already half crippled. It's already reckless of us to be able to stay alive this time. Why are you wasting your energy to send us off? Although we're heavily injured, we can still rush home. Remember to send experts here as soon as you get back to take over this mountain, lest Supreme Cloud blows it up again and cause more trouble. That's right. The 4 mountains over there have already been destroyed by Little Eagle. Quickly get people to move the mountains to fill the gaps. It won't be good if we are delayed. We'll rest here for a while and recuperate before we leave. I'm afraid that we won't be able to participate in any major events for a very long time. As a member of the Demon Clan, we can't contribute to the world extermination stratagem anymore. It's really shameful. If Brother Fong and Big Brother were to personally escort us, we brothers would die of shame. Go, go. Don't worry about us. We're fine, huh? On the way back, the Demon Emperor looked relieved. Brother Phoenix, did you see that? Little Peng, Little Tiger, and the rest are much more sensible now. As the ancient said, one's growth can only be seen after experiencing many things. It's the same for the demon race. The Demon Emperor was excited. I might be the first Demon Emperor to unite all the demon race on land, sea, and air. This great achievement was unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. A hint of worry flashed across the Phoenix Emperor's eyes as he said absent-mindedly, yes, the Demon Emperor was in high spirits as he laughed. Although we've lost some men this time, the return of the ancestral demon's sacred relic proves that fate is on our side. We have more confidence in launching a counterattack on the continent, and the demon race will prosper. Who would have thought that the divine oceanic staff at the bottom of the sea would be stolen by Supreme Cloud? Not only did he steal it, but we also got lucky in the end. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are on our side. The Phoenix Emperor was still in a daze. Yes. The Demon Emperor sighed. It's a pity for Little Eagle, he shouldn't have died, sigh. The Phoenix Emperor suddenly snapped out of his daze. Brother Dragon, what did you say? The Dragon Emperor was stunned. I've been talking for so long, but you didn't hear a single word? This was a rare situation for the Phoenix Emperor. Although it was rare, the Spirit Demon Emperor was still unable to suppress the depression in his heart. Did I just make a pair of charming eyes for a blind man to see? Brother Phoenix. The Demon Emperor said unhappily. The Phoenix Emperor was a little embarrassed. Say it again. The Demon Emperor looked like he had eaten ***T, controlling his temper, he said it again. The first time, he said it with indescribable excitement and joy, but the second time, he was especially depressed. The Phoenix Emperor nodded silently as he sighed in his heart. Brother Dragon, my Emperor, perhaps you really don't understand what you've lost today. What you've lost might very well be the entire demon race. But seeing how excited the Demon Emperor was, the Phoenix Emperor was not interested in tearing him down. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly asked, Brother Dragon, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, but I was too embarrassed to ask. The Demon Emperor said, What is it? Speak. Finally changing the topic made him feel energized. The Phoenix Emperor said in a low voice, I just want to ask you, about the 9-life cat, did you regret it? Now that the cat is gone, and the old friend is gone, I want to hear the truth. The Demon Emperor, who was flying forward excitedly, suddenly stopped in mid-air. His face darkened. Brother Phoenix, what do you mean? What truth? The Phoenix Emperor smiled. It was just a sudden thought, and I was just asking. The Demon Emperor said, Can I not answer? The Phoenix Emperor's smile was still warm. No. The Demon Emperor, he pondered for a long time before he finally sighed and said, Speaking of regret, how could I not regret it? After all, we are brothers. That year, we once said that we would fight side by side, share weal and woe, share wealth and fortune, and never abandon each other. However, at that time, a flame of anger rose in my heart, and I did that thing in my rage. However, since I did it, even if it was wrong, I still did it. What's the use of regretting? Since it's useless, what's there to regret? The Phoenix Emperor was stunned. Suddenly, he was tongue-tied. Could it be that you've always known that you were wrong? The Demon Emperor looked at him in surprise. What are you talking about? Isn't it clear who's right and who's wrong? The Phoenix Emperor could no longer describe his shock. He stared at the Demon Emperor. He felt that his brain, which had always boasted of being the best in the world, had short-circuited. Back then, I was wrong. How would I know that my son had done something inhumane? From the beginning to the end, I've let him down. I've let my brother down. The Demon Emperor said, but, the moment I learned that my son had been killed, I really couldn't control myself. I directly suppressed the 9-life cat. Back then, I didn't kill him on the spot because of our many years of brotherhood. The Phoenix Emperor continued to stare blankly. He increasingly felt that he had been an idiot all these years. An idiot with wishful thinking. Later on, the matter became bigger and bigger. At least, it was already impossible to stop. The Demon Emperor was dispirited. In order to stabilize the situation, I could only make the best of it and continue like this. Moreover, I'm ultimately the demon race's lord. My son is also the young lord of all the demon race, including the 9-life cat. That's not wrong, is it? The 9-life cat can kill my son today. Then, does that mean he can kill me tomorrow? If I don't kill him as a warning to the others and shock the entire demon race, where will my dignity be? The Phoenix Emperor closed his eyes. After a long while, he asked, Then, I asked you so many times in the past, I'm happy today. The sea-suppressing divine scepter, the demon race's most precious treasure, has returned. My achievements in life have risen to a new level. It's also worthy of us two brothers. There's no harm in sharing some intimate words. Previously, in front of outsiders, my first identity was the demon race's lord. Brother Phoenix, I can't be wrong. The Demon Emperor said seriously, I have to consider the big picture. Everything else has to be put aside. The Phoenix Emperor fell silent. He didn't speak for a long while. The Demon Emperor was very interested. Brother Phoenix, the world extermination stratagem is at hand. The sea-suppressing divine scepter has returned at this time. It's bound to increase the morale of our race. It's a pity that little Peng and the others can't be used for the time being. This means that more than half of the demon race's high-level forces have been wiped out. Think about it carefully. How many people can the other races still mobilize? The Phoenix Emperor thought for a long time and said dejectedly, after today's incident, the peak strength of the demon race, which has reached the saint-level battle power, is only our 2 races. As for the other races, only the Emperor is at the beginner level of the saint level. They can't be of much use, the demon Emperor frowned. How can you calculate this? Little Peng and the others are only injured and temporarily disabled. However, the Eagle, and Tiger clans will leave behind the elite battle power of their clans when they go to war. There should be quite a number of them at the beginner level of the saint level. It shouldn't be difficult for these few clans to mobilize another 20 saint-level battle power, right? The Phoenix Emperor was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled sadly. Your Majesty, you still dare to think about it. These few clans will not send any more battle power. The Demon Emperor's face darkened. What do you mean? The Phoenix Emperor looked sad. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Dragon, let me ask you. When we were on the mountain top, I hinted to you many times about how to compensate the demon race experts who died in the hands of the sea race. Why didn't you say anything? Also, why did the sea-suppressing divine scepter fall into your hands in the end? Little Peng, Little Eagle, and the others risked their lives for it. Little Eagle even died because of it. Why didn't you say anything? Did you not see their achievements, or did you not see them at all? Or, in your eyes, there is only the sea-suppressing divine scepter and nothing else? The Phoenix Emperor looked sharply at the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor said indifferently, How can that be? I naturally saw the achievements of my brothers. I saw it with my eyes and remembered it in my heart. But at that time, the sea race was still at the side. Both sides had just reconciled. Who from the sea race said that they would return to the demon race? After all, they had not taken action yet. If they expressed their gratitude to Little Peng and the others on the spot and rewarded them for returning to school, wouldn't that agitate the sea race and intensify the conflict? Now is the crucial moment of the world extermination strategy. Little Peng and the others can't be counted on anymore. Do we have to push the sea race away? If the sea race goes back on their words, we will have to pay with the lives of the 10 billion demons. That is a huge price to pay. The Demon Emperor said, There are priorities. Little Peng and the others are our brothers. Naturally, we have to take care of the outsiders first. This is the overall situation. Why didn't Brother Phoenix think about this? I thought you understood. The Phoenix Emperor's lips curled into a mocking smile. But he did not say anything. My brothers. Take care of the outsiders first. Take care of the outsiders first. Next, the world annihilation strategy will focus on the dragon and phoenix race's combat strength, said the Phoenix Emperor silently. Not a single outsider can be used in the core positions. Why? The Demon Emperor was puzzled. That will drain the dragon and phoenix race's foundations. The Phoenix Emperor said sternly, That's the only way now. Or do you hope that I won't interfere in this matter? The Demon Emperor shrank his head and fell silent. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Why are you being so fierce? Haven't I treated you well enough? On the mountaintop. After a round of treatment, Emperor Rock and the others finally had the strength to move freely. One by one, they returned to their human forms and stood up. The feeling of having their feet on the ground again did not make them feel comfortable. All they could feel was their extremely weak bodies. Then, they looked at the demon corpses strewn all over the ground. No one spoke for a long time. They only felt a heart-wrenching pain. 300 mid-level Saint Monarchs, 200 high-level Saint Monarchs, and 130 half-sages, 85 sages, 8 Emperor Realm Greater Demons. Emperor Rock's calm expression suddenly contorted. 300 middle stage Great Lords, none left. 200 high-level Great Lords, all dead. 130 half-sages, all dead. There are also 85 sages. A total of 17 have died. Little Eagle has also died here. The remaining 68 sage-level demons are also heavily injured. They won't be able to recover their combat strength for at least 10,000 years. The 7 emperors can forget about attacking for at least 100 years. Without 3,000 years of recuperation, returning to their peak is just a joke. Emperor Rock turned his head and looked to the other side. Countless sea race powerhouses were working hard to move mountains. All the surviving sages turned their heads coldly and looked at the busy sea race members from afar. There was only bone-deep hatred in their eyes. The Tiger Emperor slowly stood up and said coldly, "I was almost disgusted to death by myself just now. Brother Rock, I'll remember you for the rest of my life." Emperor Rock said coldly, "Thank you for remembering me for the rest of your life. Don't forget for even a moment. Tell me, am I wrong?" "You're not wrong." The few emperors said in unison, "Without you taking the lead, everyone might not have said such disgusting words." After the first sentence, the rest is nothing. Emperor Rock sneered and said, "Who wants to be shameless? Who doesn't want to take revenge? In the previous battle, only Little Eagle and I were injured and unable to fight anymore. After that, we didn't suffer the arrow of Nirvana. At the final juncture, Little Eagle sacrificed himself. I, who was nearby, saw it clearly. Can any of you be more sorrowful and in more pain than I am? In that situation just now, wasn't I the first to jump out to be shameless and let down the dead Little Eagle? If I let you express the hatred in your hearts and let your brothers die here, how can I let down the dead Little Eagle? In our current situation, how can we fight back against the dragons and phoenixes? How much authority can we have? If we don't care about our honor, can we still live? If we all die, we will be letting down Little Eagle. In order to cooperate with the sea race, aren't you showing great kindness by killing us troublemakers? For the sake of the overall situation, what's there to feel regret about sacrificing us weak soldiers? If we show hatred and disloyalty, what will happen? Don't you know what will happen? These 2 chapters were naturally planned long ago. However, after writing it, I put myself in the shoes of the Demon Emperor and thought about it carefully. Should I disregard everything and choose my brothers or the overall situation? If I choose my brothers, I will definitely break off relations with the sea race. If I choose the sea race, I can foresee my brothers falling out. Even if I don't consider it from Shuangwen's point of view. If it were the wise emperors in our history, what would they choose? There's no way to have the best of both worlds. If it were me, I might be emotional. Therefore, at this moment, I reflect deeply. I don't have any great achievements in my life. Perhaps this is the reason. I'm too emotional. Chapter 1490. The muscles on the Wolf Emperor's face twitched as he said fiercely, "If we don't survive, we'll be letting down Little Eagle." The Tiger Emperor acted out of righteous indignation. "Brother Rock, don't blame him." The Rock Emperor suddenly burst into tears. "Blame him? Why should I blame him? I only blame myself. Actually, my injuries are slightly lighter than Little Eagle's. Why didn't I rush over and self-destruct immediately? If I self-destructed, the Sea Emperor would definitely be dead by the time the 2 of them arrived. I'm the one who let Little Eagle down. His sacrifice was in vain." At the mention of the Eagle Emperor, all the surviving experts' faces were filled with tears. He, the Tiger Emperor suddenly sneered. What a good way to put the overall situation first. 1 brother sacrificed himself, 7 brothers are dying, and hundreds of elite subordinates are dead. He actually didn't even say a word and went to take care of the overall situation. So it turns out that us fools risked our lives to snatch the sea-suppressing divine staff was actually a stupid act. It's always him who puts the overall situation first. Who doesn't know what happened to Kitty back then? Isn't it all for his dignity as the common lord? Ever since he ascended to the throne, his matters are the major matters and the overall situation. Complying with him is disobedience and neglecting the overall situation. Wasn't the change in the Fox Emperor Palace also caused Yu's death? The root of it was the rumor that the child had the common lord fate of the demon race. That touched his reverse scale, causing the Fox Emperor to betray him. Now, it's Little Eagle's turn. Little Eagle sacrificed his life for the sea-suppressing divine staff. He just doesn't care what happens in the end. Guess who's next? The Leopard Emperor said hatefully. All the demons in the land, sea, and air have submitted? The complete unification of the demon alliance? An unprecedented feat? Can we obtain it by sacrificing our brothers? That's too easy. Our brothers are dying one after another. How long will it take for us to wake up to reality? The Phoenix Emperor is already trying his best to mediate. He wants to comfort us, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the qualifications. If it's not the Demon Emperor's words, they will never be justified. The Crane Emperor smiled bitterly and said something that was fair and just. The Phoenix Monarch is always the mediator, but all the benefits belong to Long Yutian. Isn't it the same this time? Even if Long Yutian himself were to console you, would you accept it? The Tiger Monarch's face was full of hatred as he gritted his teeth. At this moment, a mid-level sage of the rock race stood out and said, "Your Majesty, what should we do next? Do we still need to pledge our loyalty to Long Yutian?" Emperor Rock's gaze slowly shifted as he looked at the 6 eagle saints who had survived squeezed together. The 6 Eagle clan members all had cold expressions on their faces as they stood indifferently to the side. Their eyes were empty as they looked at the group of monarchs, not saying a single word. The Rock Emperor strode over and stood in front of the 6 Eagle Saints. He enunciated each word clearly. The Eagle Emperor risked his life to save our lives. Now that the Eagle Emperor was gone, I will let these 6 Eagle clan brothers help us make a decision. The 6 Eagle race turned around and looked at him blankly. We'll listen to you on what to do next. You can decide however you want. It can be any decision. Hot tears suddenly rolled down the eyes of the 6 Eagle race saints. One of them cried and gritted his teeth as he said word by word, "From now on, the Eagle race and the Sea race, the Dragon Emperor, and the Phoenix Emperor, are irreconcilable enemies. As long as there's a chance to kill them, we will go all out. We won't stop until we die. Either we die, or they die." The high-ranking Eagle Saint said word by word with tears in his eyes. From today onwards, the Eagle race will no longer belong to the Demon Alliance. There was silence. All the remaining experts had solemn expressions on their faces. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly heavy. The sea breeze howled as it blew across the sky. Emperor Rock's expression was solemn as he said indifferently, "Brothers, do you have any objections to the Eagle race's decision?" There was silence. None of them spoke. Emperor Rock frowned and asked again, "Brothers, do you have any objections to the Eagle race's decision?" They had to have a concrete answer. The Tiger Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "I don't. I don't. I don't either. No. Leave the Demon Alliance. Even if our bodies are smashed to pieces, our clans are wiped out, and all of us are dead, we must vent our anger today." The Leopard Emperor sneered. "I finally understand. Mao, Little Fox, and the others understand better than us. They would rather die fighting than for the so-called big picture. Now, it's Little Eagle's turn. He really fought to the death for the demon race, and died without a complete corpse. Then, the Demon King immediately helped his enemy to recover from his injuries, and shook hands with him. Such a demon alliance, such brothers. What's there to miss? The so-called big picture is just his big picture. The Leopard Emperor said fiercely. All the saints present had fierce expressions on their faces. It was as if a flame was burning in their hearts. The Wolf Emperor suddenly let out a long roar that shook the sky. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks as he did not say a word. The 6 Eagle Saints' eyes were filled with tears as they cried bitterly. Emperor! Did you see that? We must avenge you. According to the rules of the Eagle race, when an emperor dies, there must be a brother to accompany him. But we can't accompany the emperor to the netherworld now. We still have to take revenge. If we don't take revenge, even if we accompany the emperor, we won't be able to show our face. Once we take revenge, we'll immediately go. Emperor, please wait a moment. The netherworld is a step behind. On the mountain, endless hatred spread and rose. The surroundings were busy. The sea race was quite a distance away from this mountain. Furthermore, everyone knew that the demons on this mountain were great demons of the current era. They had a deep feud with the sea race that could not be reconciled. Who would dare to approach and court death? Even though they heard the commotion, the boundless sea race still acted rashly. Emperor Rock took out a large pile of natural treasures from his interspatial ring and swallowed them in large mouthfuls, circulating his energy to digest them. Then, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Everyone, use your remaining strength to send me off. I'm going to the sky now. The demons? I'm going to look for Supreme Yellow Cloud. Emperor Rock took a deep breath and sneered. Why did Supreme Cloud steal the sea-suppressing divine staff? Why did he abandon it here? It's one thing for the sea-suppressing divine staff to be overburdened, but I believe that Supreme Cloud didn't even want to take the sea-suppressing divine staff away. He only used it to push the boat along with the current, causing an extreme battle between the demons and the sea race. The facts have proven that he succeeded. This deadlock was completely set up by Supreme Cloud. Supreme Cloud's abandonment of the divine staff has far-reaching effects. He definitely wouldn't have failed to consider the current situation and should have a backup plan. Now, we need to cooperate. We need a powerful ally. Emperor Rock took a deep breath. It's inevitable for us to cooperate with him. Otherwise, we won't have the chance to join forces with Ing Longfeng to avenge our brothers. The Tiger Emperor was very displeased with the Rock Emperor's words. He pursed his lips and said, "It's mostly Supreme Cloud's fault that we ended up like this, yet you still want to work with him? Are you out of your mind?" Emperor Rock snorted coldly. "You're the one who's out of your mind. Why didn't he harm us? Shouldn't he? Regardless of reason or emotion, no matter which aspect, they should have harmed us. Even if we put aside his identity as a human, shouldn't he harm us just because of Kitty and Foxy? Now that I think about it, we were wrong a long time ago. We should have regretted it a long time ago. The reason why we can't figure it out is that the losses never really implicated us. We are all despicable people who have no regard for morality. Don't you know how great the difference in strength between humans and us is? Supreme Cloud attacked repeatedly and risked his life. Even though we're enemies, I don't hate him. On the contrary, I admire him." Crane Emperor agreed. "That's right. Supreme Cloud is indeed the best partner now, especially with our relationship with Kitty and Foxy. We also have a common enemy, Dragon and Phoenix. If we want revenge now, we can only cooperate with Supreme Cloud. With our combat strength alone, we won't be able to withstand a single blow. But if we cooperate with Supreme Cloud..." Tiger Emperor was a little worried. The Eagle Brothers need Supreme Cloud's cooperation, but we have to support him. Emperor Rock took a deep breath. If the Eagle brothers are allowed to fight Dragon and Phoenix without Little Eagle around, I'm afraid the entire race will be wiped out. Are you going to watch them throw their lives away? We can't be by their side forever. None of the monarchs had any objections when he said that. The eyes of the Eagle Saints lit up. Emperor Rock was right. Although they had left the Demon Alliance, the possibility of Emperor Rock and the others truly falling out with the Demon Alliance was still 50-50. The true enemy was the Eagle race. However, after losing the Eagle Emperor, the Eagle race didn't have the qualifications to fight the Dragon and Phoenix races head-on. However, with Supreme Cloud's backing, there wouldn't be any problems. Revenge wasn't courting death. This was an extremely safe method. Emperor Rock, who had slightly recovered from his injuries, soared into the sky. He was a peak emperor of the demon race with a wingspan of millions of kilometers. At this moment, he was thousands of feet in the sky and almost fell. His injuries were too severe, and the claw he had lost previously had yet to be reconstructed. He stood on the cloud for a while, but no one came. He could only ask the cloud, "Is Lord Supreme Cloud here? I would like to meet you." At this moment, he even felt a little nervous. He was a little excited. The mysterious yellow cloud supremacy was an incomparably frightening opponent. However, it was precisely because of this that he was an extremely reliable ally. It was because he valued his allies that he was so terrifying in the eyes of his enemies. Emperor Rock was even looking forward to cooperating with Yun Yang. An ally who never needs to worry about his back. We once thought that we had one, but only now do we know that we don't. This reality is truly tragic, a thought flashed across Emperor Rock's mind. Could you be? This chapter was written very nervously. Was it right to write it this way? He didn't have much confidence. Chapter 1491. Of course, Yun Yang had not left. The main reason was that he could not leave even if he wanted to. There was no other reason. His injuries this time were too severe, beyond imagination and unprecedented. If it were not for the fact that he could not continue, did you think that Yun Yang would be willing to give away the oceanic suppressing staff that was already in his possession? Yun Yang had initially planned to snatch it back after the war between the two clans was over and its ownership was about to be decided. That was Yun Yang's original plan. However, Yun Yang's injuries were too severe under the Sea clan's desperate attack. As a result, the last part of the plan did not go according to the planned direction. After giving away the staff and diverting all the demons' attention, Yun Yang took the opportunity to escape. Although it was said to be a rabbit's escape, it was actually using the last bit of energy he had to support himself to transform into a cloud and wander around the battlefield. Yun Yang truly felt that his body was like a sack of rice that had been emptied. Not only was he emptied, he was also limp and weak like he had never been before. He tried his best to hide, not daring to move. It was because of this that he heard and saw everything. To be fair, the subsequent development of the matter was far beyond Yun Yang's expectations. It was completely different from what he had envisioned. According to Yun Yang's original assumption, the ownership of the oceanic suppressing staff was bound to cause internal strife between the demon race and the Sea clan. This was one of his goals. As long as there was internal strife, the demon race would not have the demon emperor or the phoenix emperor to watch over them. Facing the Sea clan that had almost turned out in full force, the demon race would be alone and difficult to gain the upper hand. If one or two of the demon race's saints died here, the two sides would develop into a deep grudge. No matter who won or lost, as humans, they would naturally gain a huge advantage. Yun Yang had even planned to use countless follow-up tactics after the internal strife between the demon race and the Sea clan, such as instigating, framing, ambushing, and so on. He would make sure that the two clans would have an irreconcilable blood feud. What Yunyang did not expect was that while he had guessed the beginning and the middle part correctly, the latter part and the last part of the game had gone off the beaten track, going further and further off the mark. It had completely deviated from Yunyang's prediction and turned into a whole new version. And this version was 100 times more exciting and satisfying than the original script he had envisioned. The demon race and the sea race fought as he had expected, and the intensity was far beyond his imagination. Once Neptune's perishable arrow was unleashed, there was no resistance. The demon race suffered heavy casualties in an instant, and the Eagle Emperor, who was the emperor of the race, had even died in battle. It was tragic and heart-wrenching, but Yunyang was happy to see it happen. It was not that Yunyang was black-hearted, they were enemies. If it were not for the death of a demonic expert like the Falcon Emperor, how could the grudge between them not be resolved? But from then on, things started to change. Initially, Yunyang had thought that the death of the Falcon Sovereign would cause Sea Emperor to be severely injured. Emperor Demon and Emperor Phoenix would be arriving soon. Even if Emperor Rock and the others were strangely injured and could not move, they would not be able to fight anymore. However, with the arrival of the Dragon and Phoenix Sovereigns, how could Yunyang not strike out in anger when he saw the casualties on the ground and the death of the Falcon Sovereign? If that was the case, it would be impossible for the two sides to not become mortal enemies. However, the subsequent development of the situation was once again beyond Yunyang's expectations. The arrival of Emperor Demon and Emperor Phoenix did not anger the Sea Clan and start a massacre, nor did they actively rescue Emperor Tiger, Emperor Rock, and the other demon sovereigns. What the demon sovereign did was actually heal Sea Emperor. Healing Sea Emperor who had killed his brothers and countless subordinates. Based on this incident alone, Yunyang, who had always believed in his brotherhood, felt disbelief at first, followed by disbelief and then shock. And then, he remembered a phrase, a thing, his heart was bitterly disappointed. The demon sovereign's actions would definitely chill the hearts of the other sovereigns. What was left of the demon sovereign who had lost his brotherhood and the hearts of the demons? Betrayal, of course. Before the demon sovereign and Phoenix sovereign left, the Phoenix sovereign's meaningful glance made Yunyang's heart beat like a drum. A thought that would never have occurred to Yunyang was growing bit by bit. Yunyang had never doubted his brothers. Whether it was the brothers of the Nine Supremes in the past or the current Shi Wuchen and Qian duo of the Palace of Nine Supremes, they all valued brotherhood more. In the past, the Nine Supremes had helped the kings of the underworld mostly because of this reason. Everyone shared the same thought. Therefore, when the Fox Emperor and Cat Sovereign treated the Demon Sovereign and the Demon Sovereign, Yunyang had never taken the initiative to persuade the two sovereigns to turn against the demon race and become enemies with the Demon Sovereign, even if this was more in line with Yunyang's interests. However, he would not do so. That was why the demonic emperor's actions today were so out of Yunyang's expectations that he dared not believe it. Yunyang heard the discussion of Emperor Rock and the others with his own ears, as well as the decision of the various races to withdraw from the Demon League. However, he still did not act rashly. On one hand, it was because his injuries were too severe, but on the other hand, it was because the word brother meant a lot to Yunyang. Perhaps if he went down, it would actually be a trap, and he would probably fall here, his body and Dao disappearing. After all, his injuries were too severe. Therefore, although Emperor Rock called out repeatedly, Yunyang did not appear. If the matter was really promising, there was no hurry. Supreme Cloud, I know you're here. Please show yourself. Emperor Rock appeared very calm. Even though he was heavily injured, he could not stand steadily in the air. He swayed unsteadily as he said in a deep voice, "You were nearby, so you saw everything that happened today. Under your schemes, my brothers suffered heavy casualties. We are enemies, so I am not in the position to blame you. However, it is all fate and fate. However, in terms of position, it's only right for you to be here. However, the actions of the Demon Emperor have caused us to feel extremely disappointed. After this cooperation, my brothers, Tiger, Leopard, and I will hide in the forest forever and never come out again. We have decided not to participate in the war between the demon race and the bound of universe. However, if we want to vent our anger, it's not only for ourselves, but mainly for the fallen eagle sovereign. You can decide whether to cooperate or not. Yunyang still did not say a word, as if he was long gone. Emperor Rock sighed. I know you have concerns, and your injuries are not light. You should be careful. We'll wait for your reply on the mountain below. We'll only wait for 4 hours. In 4 hours, the sages of the Dragon and Phoenix clans should arrive. With that said, Emperor Rock descended. The moment he landed, he staggered and sat on a rock, grimacing in pain. How is it? Tiger Emperor asked. As expected. Supreme Cloud didn't reply immediately, Emperor Rock said. He was also heavily injured this time. It's not surprising that he has concerns. Let's wait a while. The demon sovereigns nodded silently. All the experts of the demon race silently took out many treasures from their spatial rings and stuffed them into their mouths to replenish their depleted demonic energy. Yunyang, who had been hovering in the sky, was not only watching what was happening below, but he was also healing his injuries as quickly as possible. Although he had become the secondary enemy at this point in time, be it the Dragon Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor, the Sea Emperor, or even Emperor Peng and the other demon sovereigns below, they would all treat him as their top priority. It was absolutely necessary for him to recover from his injuries and recover to his peak state as soon as possible. Although the injuries Yunyang had suffered this time were more severe than before, his recovery speed was much faster than Emperor Rock and the others. Other than the severe injuries of Tiger Emperor and the others, the main reason was the subsequent effects of the Arrow of Nirvana. Although Tiger Emperor and the others' external injuries had improved greatly under the help of the Dragon and Phoenix Sovereign's Primordial Dragon and Phoenix Fire, their demonic energy had not recovered at all. As a result, when the 4 hours mentioned by Emperor Rock were almost over, Yunyang had already recovered 30 to 40% of his cultivation base. On the other hand, the defeated troops below only looked slightly better, and their demonic energy was still at the bottom. However, none of the sovereigns left. They had been quietly healing on the spot, obviously waiting for Yunyang's reply. Yunyang sensed carefully and confirmed that there was no aura of the demon sovereigns and phoenix sovereigns within a radius of 10,000 miles. As for Sea Sovereign, Yunyang did not believe that Emperor Rock and the others would collude with Sea Sovereign, a mortal enemy, to plot against him. According to the current state of Emperor Rock and the others, if Yunyang had any evil intentions, the only outcome would be for him to come down and capture all the experts of the demon race in one fell swoop. Therefore, Emperor Rock and the others were taking a huge risk here. They were betting their lives on a bet that they would definitely lose. It was precisely because of this that Yunyang was willing to take the gamble. Even if the demon race was suffering from internal strife, the human race was still weak. If they had such an additional group of allies, it would be akin to a windfall from the sky. If it was done properly, not only would it greatly increase the human race's chances of winning, but it would also reverse the situation and turn the tables on both sides. It's almost been 4 hours. Could Supreme Cloud have already left? Tiger Sovereign looked at Emperor Rock. Emperor Rock's expression was dark, but he was actually thinking, could I have guessed wrongly? Has Supreme Cloud really left? The Eagle Race's saints also looked disappointed. Without Yunyang's help, the Eagle Race's counterattack plan would have no chance of success. It would be akin to a moth flying into a flame, courting their own destruction. Just as the demons were thinking about it, a chuckle suddenly rang out. The demons immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Behind them, on the edge of the cliff, a familiar figure in purple stood against the wind. The newcomer had a handsome face and a tall figure. It was the heaven and earth supreme cloud, looking over with a smile. "Your Majesty Emperor Rock, Your Majesty Tiger Sovereign." Yunyang said apologetically, "I was seriously injured just now and found it difficult to move. I didn't dare come down rashly. Please forgive me." With Yunyang's words, the demons felt that he was being honest. Even though everyone was seriously injured, they still had the advantage in numbers. It would be strange if Yunyang didn't have such concerns. "That's only right." Emperor Rock laughed, feeling relieved. "Lord Supreme Cloud, do you have any thoughts on my suggestion?" Yunyang smiled faintly and said, "Cooperation is naturally good. However, with our current condition, it's obviously not a good time to cooperate. Speaking of which, at least half of everyone's current condition should be attributed to me," Yunyang said. "I'll try to help everyone recover first before we talk about anything else." "Help us recover? How arrogant. How do you plan to help us recover? Even the Phoenix Monarch's Nirvana life force and the Dragon Monarch's Dragon Origin force are merely stabilizing our injuries and preserving our lives. We'll be fine. You're going to use the same trick from that day and use some sort of smokescreen to deceive us. With our current physical condition, we won't be able to withstand the medicinal pills that you casually took out." Before the emperors could react, Yunyang waved his hand abruptly and a barrier enveloped all the demonic beasts within it. Then, waves of extremely pure innate spiritual qi slowly emerged from within the huge barrier and gushed out like a fountain. With such a huge amount of pure innate energy flowing into their bodies, all the demons instantly felt refreshed, and every single pore on their body was brimming with life force. Every inch of their skin seemed to be in joy, so comfortable that they were almost trembling. Even every strand of hair seemed to feel the extreme comfort. Endless pure spiritual qi poured into their bodies in a way that resisted the influence of the arrow of perishment. The main reason why the arrow of perishment was so domineering was that the victim could no longer absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth for their own use. Once a cultivator was isolated from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, in addition to being severely injured, it was impossible for them to recover. Although the Phoenix Sovereign's Nirvana Flame and the Dragon Sovereign's Primordial Draconic Force had greatly healed and even nourished the Tiger Sovereign and the others' physical bodies and greatly improved their injuries, they had made up for the fact that the physical bodies related to the arrow of perishment could not absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In fact, this was also the main reason why the arrow of perishment was so difficult to heal. It required countless efforts to wear it down bit by bit before it could be recovered. Yunyang had been observing from the side for a long time. It was because he had seen through this that he had set up such a sealed environment to release pure innate spiritual qi, forcefully resisting the influence of the arrow of perishment and infusing the spiritual qi into the demons' bodies. In this way, the Tiger Sovereign and the others could use the massive amount of innate spiritual qi to wear down the influence of the arrow of perishment bit by bit and achieve a true healing effect. A moment later, the saint rulers of the demonic race, who were experienced and knowledgeable, lifted their heads to look at Yunyang in shock as they felt the massive amount of pure spiritual qi flowing into their bodies. It was already a great feat for Yunyang to be able to mobilize a massive amount of spiritual qi to help them heal their injuries with targeted methods. However, what shocked the demonic emperors even more was, what kind of spiritual qi was this? Even if it was innate spiritual qi, it did not have the effect that they were feeling now, did it not? Not only was the spiritual qi extremely pure, it actually contained a dense purple qi. Upon closer inspection, the purple qi actually contained traces of Daoist rhyme. This Daoist rhyme had further worn down the arcane seal of the arrow of perishment, allowing more and more spiritual qi to flow into their bodies to repair their dantian and repair their meridians. It had not been long since the spiritual qi had nourished their physical bodies, but they already felt exceptionally comfortable. Although their injuries had not healed much and their demonic energy had not recovered much, it was no different from seeing the hope of a complete recovery. This was an immediate effect, and it was conceivable that they would recover in the future. As long as Yunyang was willing to help, they could recover completely within a few days. This was something that they dared not even imagine or wish for. However, it had become a reality that was close at hand. The saint rulers of the demonic race were in high spirits. Their gazes towards Yunyang were glowing, and even their smiles were exceptionally friendly. After all, no one was willing to cultivate for 10,000 years just to recover. Moreover, it was still unknown whether or not they could really recover to their full state after 10,000 years of training. Yunyang looked amicable as he continued to release spiritual qi. At the same time, he felt the demon's increasingly friendly attitude, and he was overjoyed. It looked like there was a chance. His observation for so long was not in vain. He had also used the influence of the art of sealing heaven as a reference, which allowed him to execute a targeted strategy at this moment. Using the spiritual qi in his deific consciousness space and a relatively sealed space, he allowed the demons to be passively filled with spiritual qi and cleansed their meridians. As expected, it could eliminate the effect of the arrow of perishment. In addition, he could at least save a lot of qi of vitality. In order to deal with Dongfang Haoren and the other old geezers, he had used up a lot of qi of vitality. If it was not necessary, it was better to reduce the consumption. In less than an hour, the originally exhausted demons were all glowing with radiance. They all felt that their strength had actually recovered by more than 5%. This was no longer a miracle, but a divine miracle. With the recovery of their strength, it was no longer difficult to gather demonic energy. More importantly, under the continuous state of the mystical spiritual qi, the shackles of the arrow of perishment had mostly disappeared. As long as they continued at this pace, they would be able to recover within a few years, even without Yunyang's mystical spiritual qi. Whether it was the cultivation of demonic energy or spiritual source, the greatest fear was nothing more than the depletion of one's strength and being sealed by a mystical skill. The art of sealing heaven and the arrow of perishment were the same. However, the effect of the arrow of perishment was one step further, sealing the physical body and demonic source. The three were carried out simultaneously, and it was extremely vicious. However, it was also because of this that it could threaten and even kill saint-level masters. Now that the demons' dried-up dantians had recovered half of their demonic energy and the seal had been mostly broken, it was equivalent to water with roots. And since there was a root and a spring, a little would naturally become a lot. Sooner or later, it would be able to fill up to form a well, overflow to form a lake, and the lake would become a sea. And this process would only get faster and faster. Your Majesty Emperor Rock, how is your recovery now? Yunyang asked. I've already recovered 10% of my strength. Emperor Rock was naturally grateful and thanked him profusely. Thank you, Lord Supreme Cloud, for your help. Since everyone has improved greatly, shall we change places to discuss the details of our cooperation? Yunyang said, there's demonic qi rising from afar. It should be the experts of the dragon and phoenix races. That should be the case. Emperor Rock frowned and said, where shall we talk then? This was a place where negotiations were conducted with great care. Is it on your side? Or on my side? Generally speaking, whoever was on the side represented the stronger party in the negotiation and could often take the lead in the negotiation. Emperor Rock was undoubtedly hesitant. This was because Emperor Rock was unwilling to go to Yunyang's Fox Emperor city from the bottom of his heart. The Falcon Emperor had just perished, so it was inevitable that he would be saddened when he thought of the Fox Emperor and feline ancestor. In addition, he had many concerns in his heart. No matter what, Yunyang had a connection with the Fox Emperor, so everything was easier to negotiate. However, if he were to face Dongfang Haoren or even be harbored evil intentions by Dongfang Haoren and the others, he would not even be able to escape. However, Yun-yang was afraid that he would not be at ease if he were to return to his lair or find another place for the demon race. Seeing this, Yun-yang was even more certain. The fact that the demon race's experts were worried about this undoubtedly proved how important this cooperation was to them. Everyone here is the Fox Emperor's brothers. Coincidentally, so am I. Then, we're family. Yun-yang smiled. I wonder which emperor's territory is closer to here. Let's go there to talk. It's the cheapest way. Everyone's time is precious. Let's delay as little as possible. Emperor Rock, who had heard the word brother and Fox Emperor, immediately looked a little embarrassed. Look at how generous he is. Look at us. We are so petty. He said with a red face, why don't we go to the Wolf Emperor's territory? Cough, 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 he glared at his brothers sternly. Don't embarrass yourself later. All the emperors lowered their heads and coughed, feeling a little ashamed. I'll bring you guys to fly. Please point me in a direction, Your Majesty, Wolf Emperor, Yun-yang said with a smile when he felt that he had recovered 50% of his cultivation base. All right. With a shake of his body, Yun-yang transformed into Emperor Rock's appearance. He swept up a monstrous demonic wind and carried Emperor Rock and the other 70-odd experts of the demon race. They flew over the sea with a whistling sound. Emperor Rock and the others were dumbfounded again. This was because Yun-yang had transformed into Emperor Rock. No matter how hard the demons tried to detect him, they could not sense anything unusual. It was as if Emperor Rock's true body had appeared. All of them sighed inwardly. It was no wonder that no demons noticed Yun-yang when he was a saint venerable back then. It turned out that he did have the capital to do so. What could they do? Emperor Rock's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Am I really not looking in the mirror? The wind and clouds howled in the distance. A group of silver dragons and a group of golden dragons flew over and met Yun-yang and the others. All the experts of the dragon race stood still at the same time and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty Emperor Rock. Yun-yang ignored them and snorted coldly. He flew away, leaving the group of experts of the dragon race there and looking at each other. It had to be said that the saints of the demon race felt a sense of relief. This bunch of grandsons should be treated like this. Bullsh *T. All the marine creatures that emerged from the sea were immediately suppressed by Yun-yang the moment they popped their heads out of the water. Along the way, the entire sea was filled with white bellies. Including ordinary cultivators, at least millions of marine creatures had been killed. The corpses on the surface of the sea were so white that one couldn't see the end of them. The demon sages gritted their teeth, their faces filled with hatred. Damn it, I should have slaughtered them like this. Why didn't I do it earlier? Killing them was still too light, it was better to kill them all. Behind him, a group of sea race experts jumped out and cursed, since we've already formed an alliance, the grudge between us has been resolved. Why did you suddenly attack us? Emperor Rock, you are too inhumane. Yun-yang laughed maniacally, ignoring him and leaving at a leisurely pace. It was obvious that Wu Yan only had one thing in mind, come and chase me if you can. None of the sea race experts chased after them, but all of them were gritting their teeth, almost bursting with anger. There were 6,000 words in this chapter, making up for yesterday's loss. Brothers, please don't blame me. Amp, GT. Chapter 1493. After another 2 days and 1 night, Yun-yang tore the space apart and returned to Fox Emperor City. He saw Dongfang Haoran and the rest who were almost sick from anxiety. Where did you go, kid? Why did you take so long this time? There was a huge battle the day before yesterday. Did you do it? Yes, why did it cause such a huge commotion? We didn't dare to go near. I felt an extremely terrifying force. It was a force that could kill a saint. Who did it? Was it the Phoenix Emperor or the Demon Emperor? Was it directed at you? Thank goodness you came back safe and sound. We almost died of anxiety. Shangguan Lingxiu and Ji Lingxi expressed their dissatisfaction as well. Why didn't you bring us along? There was no news at all. We were worried about you. If it wasn't for the few old men dragging us along and not letting us go, we would have gone long ago. All in all, it was a wave of condemnation that rendered Yunyang speechless. In spite of this, Yunyang was not in a hurry at all. He waited for the chatter to die down before he snorted and sat in his chair. He even crossed his legs and looked pleased with himself. I haven't done much these past few days. At most, I've only done 2 things. The first thing he did was to steal the sea-suppressing divine scepter from the sea and give it to the demon race. You said that the demon race and the sea race are one big family, but I don't know what they were thinking. Just for a stick, they really went all out. In short, the demon race and the sea race fought over the divine scepter, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. The demon race lost many of their top forces, the Eagle King even fell, and the Sea Emperor also paid a heavy price. The terrifying power that you sensed was from the Sea Emperor. But don't worry, this move of his can only be used once, and he won't be able to use it again for the rest of his life. Moreover, after this battle, his battle strength is already set in stone, and he is no longer a threat. Dongfang Haoren and the rest's mouths turned into duck eggs and did not close for a long time. As for the second matter, it's even simpler. It's about. I've brought a few more allies to the human tribe. Not too many, just 7 pinnacle sages and more than 60 sages of different levels. That's about it. You must be surprised, Shiman Fanfu was speechless. Python 9's mouth gaped open. After a long while, he said, You must be joking, right? Even the entire Xianhuang human race and Tian Fa Holy Land don't have so many sages. Where did you get them from? That was impossible. This wasn't a pleasant surprise at all. Instead, it was horrifying, or perhaps, suspicious. Yunyang chuckled and slowly recounted the entire incident to the group. A long time after Yunyang had finished speaking, no one made a sound. After another 15 minutes of silence, Mang Jiao finally let out a desolate sigh and said, "This matter is very bizarre and shocking. However, what surprised me the most is that the Phoenix Emperor actually did not stop him. With his intelligence, he should not have failed to consider this." Dongfang Haoren and the other 3 palace lords did not make a sound, obviously deep in thought. Mang Jiao said, "Based on my understanding of the Phoenix Emperor, even if he can't solve this matter perfectly, he can at least resolve the resentment in the hearts of Emperor Rock and the others. This is something he can do and should do. He can see the disappointment in Emperor Rock and the others, and the impact of this matter is so great that it can affect the entire demon race. How could he not deal with it actively? How could he be so careless?" Yunyang frowned when he heard that. Indeed, he had been so excited because the surprise had come too abruptly and the development of the matter had been too ideal. All he could think about was the almost bursting sense of accomplishment, so he had really neglected this point. Based on Yunyang's understanding of the Phoenix Emperor from their past encounters, all of this should not have happened no matter what. Even if it was for the sake of the bigger picture to not kill or even save Sea King, even if it was Demon Emperor Qian Gang who made the decision and it was difficult for the Phoenix Emperor to speak up, even with the huge gain of the divine oceanic suppressing needle, and even considering the fact that Emperor Rock and the others were severely injured and had no influence on the subsequent battle, the Phoenix Emperor's action of ignoring the emotional turmoil of Emperor Rock and the others was still extremely strange. From the release of Nirvana vitality at the beginning, to the indifferent words of comfort, and then leaving with the Demon Emperor, this situation was already very strange, too abnormal. If the Phoenix Emperor's intelligence and emotional quotient were only this, how could he enjoy the title of the wisest person in the demon realm? Would he really be so unwise? Would he only care about the benefits in front of him and ignore the Demon League's collapse? How could he not notice and not care about the possibility of Emperor Rock and the others betraying him? Yunyang frowned and asked himself again and again in his heart. Now that he thought about it, there were too many strange things that were completely illogical. Especially at the end, when he left with the Demon Emperor, it did not seem like he was accompanying him at all. Instead, it seemed like he was monitoring his departure. Logically speaking, the two rulers of the Demon League should have done the most at that time. One should have returned to preside over the overall situation, while the other had to stay behind to settle down and comfort Emperor Rock and the others. At the very least, the resentment had to be eliminated. With the Phoenix Emperor's intelligence, he would definitely have considered this. However, the Phoenix Emperor did not do so. Not only did he not do so, but he also allowed it to develop. Instead, he was suspected of adding fuel to the fire. The Demon Emperor is also the Dragon Emperor. This is a fellow who is blinded by power. Everything he does is for benefits. Yes, it should be his own interests that are his first priority. He's also stubborn and self-opinionated. To put it nicely, he's dictatorial and domineering. To put it bluntly, he's short-sighted. He's only suitable to be a martial world hero, but he's not suitable to be the Demon League's top king at all. Impulsive, violent, disregarding the consequences. He only sees what's in front of him. He's even heartless and heartless. He doesn't have the demeanor of a king. It's impossible for the Phoenix Emperor not to see these flaws. If he sincerely wanted to assist the Demon Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor should have wiped up everything that the Demon Emperor had done. Besides, the Phoenix Emperor undoubtedly has the ability and prestige to do so. As Yunyang thought about it, he asked himself and mumbled to himself, but he never did that. He only stood firmly on the Demon Emperor's side. Then, he allowed the Demon Emperor to do whatever he wanted. After that, he reconciled the matter and stabilized it. From the time the Demon League's sovereigns became sworn brothers, they roamed together, did things together, until the brothers separated and returned to their respective tribes. Then, many things happened in between. A few auxiliary tribes that weren't very important were destroyed, until the Nine Lives Cat incident 10,000 years ago. Based on what I know about the Nine Lives Cat's past, if the Phoenix Emperor wanted to, he clearly had the ability to stop it. In fact, the tragedy wouldn't have happened at all, but he didn't. Then, the matter of the Fox Emperor and the Cat Ancestor, the Phoenix Emperor knew everything about it, but he still didn't do anything. The demon race's acknowledged three wise men include the Phoenix Emperor, the Fox Emperor, and the Cat Ancestors. Bai Yi mysteriously died in the hands of the Demon Crown Prince, causing the Demon Emperor and the Cat Ancestor to fall out. Then, the Blood Soul Mountain of the Fox Emperor's lineage was marginalized, and finally, the Fox clan was almost annihilated. Was this premeditated? A few days ago, the Divine Ocean Staff's sudden appearance, the Phoenix Emperor was the first to propose to snatch it. But in reality, he didn't do anything. However, Emperor Rock and the others were all on the side and saw the Phoenix Emperor's attitude. This seems to be the most important reason for the war the day before yesterday. Then, when the sovereigns of the various clans were all severely injured, the Phoenix Emperor's behavior was even stranger. Yunyang sucked in a long breath and said, "The Phoenix Emperor, most likely has an important plan. And he's definitely not of one mind with the Demon Emperor. But it's hard to say why he did it." Beigong Liuli said, "Do you think he did it for the position of the demon race's leader? The Phoenix Emperor wanted to usurp the throne?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Yunyang shook his head. "I don't think that's the case. If he wanted to usurp the throne, he would have had too many chances. With his ability and prestige, he could have done it long ago. The group was utterly confused. Then, what was the Phoenix Emperor's purpose? No matter how they thought about it, there was no conclusion to speak of. After all, Yunyang, who understood the Phoenix Emperor the most among them, only had a superficial understanding of him. There were no clues to be found. The only thing they could be sure of was that the Phoenix Emperor's actions must have a deeper meaning. However, at this stage, they could only conclude it as an unsolved mystery. They knew that the Phoenix Emperor had an ulterior motive, but they did not know what it was, so it was difficult to think of a way to deal with it. The Phoenix Emperor's current target is still at the level of the demon race and Sea clan. It hasn't threatened the human race yet. Besides, as of now, it's only beneficial to the human race, so we don't have to think too much about it for now. If the Phoenix Emperor has ulterior motives, the first to bear the brunt will be the demon race itself. We're overthinking it now, it's too much of a worry. Yunyang paused and said, at least based on the current situation, it's much more advantageous for us. Our chances of winning have increased greatly. What we should carefully consider now is the conditions of the demon race's emperors. The conditions that Emperor Rock and the others raised are rather lenient and not difficult. This is because the alliance is only limited to humans and eagles. The status of both sides is similar to the fox race, cat race, and human race. They are all dominated by humans. As for Emperor Rock and the others, they'll secretly help the eagle race. This means that on the surface, they'll still be enemies with us. However, they'll help the eagle race in all their operations. Even if both sides have to fight, they won't kill them. Yunyang said, other than the concerns of Emperor Rock and the others, this is mostly because of me. Just like the Fox Emperor and the Cat Emperor, if it's not necessary, they won't take the initiative to bear the reputation of a betrayal. This is already very good. Dongfang Haoran praised repeatedly, agreeing with Yunyang's actions. Yunyang had always been considerate for Emperor Rock and the others and had even resolved their biggest worry. He had always given them leeway. How could Emperor Rock and the others not return the favor? They would naturally show goodwill to the human race in the future. Forcing oneself to do something and doing one's best were two completely different attitudes, as well as completely different combat strength. If that's the case, it's promising. Shimen Fengfu also felt relieved. Eagle, rock, tiger, leopard, wolf, bear, crane, and eagle could be said to be the strongest combat race in the demon race after the dragon race and phoenix race. Once these 8 races were gone, only the dragon race and phoenix race were left, followed by the snake race, ox race, monkey race, elephant race, horse race, dog race, and so on. Yes, there was also the sea race, which had just returned, but their strength was greatly reduced. At this point, it could be said that the demon race's overall strength had been cut in half. How could the 4 sovereigns not be overjoyed? The 4 of them felt that the pressure had lessened. Everyone knew that Emperor Rock and the others' alliance with the eagle race in name was just a smokescreen. The hatred between the eagle race and the sea race, as well as the dragon race and phoenix race, was as deep as the sea. They could not live under the same sky, so how could they not think of revenge? As long as they took revenge, they would go to the extreme. As long as the war started, Emperor Rock and the others would definitely not stand by and watch. What was the difference between them and participating in the war? In this way, our chances of victory have more than doubled. Everyone was full of praises. The only regret is that the overall situation is still disadvantageous to me. With the return of the sea race, the follow-up of the demon race's apocalypse strategy will be even smoother. Yunyang felt a little regretful. That's something that can't be helped. You've already done the best you could at that time. It's wishful thinking to ask for more. Python 9 asked, right, how long will it take for Emperor Rock and the others to fully recover their strength? This is also a key. Sea Emperor's arrow of perishment is powerful, killing countless experts with a single strike. Will it take time for the injured Tiger Emperor and the others to heal? Yunyang thought about it and said, when I met with Emperor Rock and the others, I used my unique mystic art to try and help them heal. The effect was very good, and they showed great improvement. The treatment that originally needed thousands of years to nearly 10,000 years has been greatly shortened. Even if they recover completely, as long as I help, they will only need half a month at most. However, the apocalypse strategy is imminent, so I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time. If we need their help, they should be able to recover about 60% of their strength. Saint experts with incomplete combat strength can't be of much use. Instead, they'll be in danger of dying. I don't think they'll help. Why don't we hold them off for a few days on our own? About 6 days after the apocalypse strategy, they'll be able to recover fully. When that time comes, it'll be a dream. The group was silent, but they knew that Yun Yang's words made sense. After all, they were not of the same race and had different intentions. If they were in their shoes, they would not risk their lives to fight for another race. At least, they would only do so if they were in perfect condition. Now, there were only 9 days left before the apocalypse strategy's activation. Yunyang sighed. This is already the best outcome. Actually, we've already released a lot of the ocean's accumulated water during this period of time. It's much lower than the original sea level. However, with the return of the Sea Clan, I don't know if there will be other variables. After all, they're still the best at playing with the ocean. Shiman Fafu chuckled bitterly. This is very likely to happen. No, it's a situation that will definitely happen. The group could not help but chuckle bitterly. Once the tide rose, the monstrous waves would rise. With the driving force of an expert in controlling water, no one dared to underestimate the power of the ocean. It's hard for the plan to work now. You should know that there's not much left at the location of the flood discharge point. Even if we destroy it, there won't be much left. Yunyang spread his arms. The amount of water there only reaches the foot of the mountain. Even if it's all gone, how much water can there be? On the other hand, how much water can be stored in these 9 heavens? That's true. Dongfang Haran frowned. Yunyang was frowning as well. He had asked everyone not to think about the Phoenix Emperor, but he was still worried. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. Now, however, everything that could be done had been done. All that was left was to wait for the great battle. I don't care anymore, Yunyang frowned. I'll try to destroy the mountains by the sea later. Destroy as much as I can. As he spoke, he called out to Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu, and the 3 of them left together. On the surface of the ocean, countless members of the Sea Clan were laboriously moving mountains from afar to fill the gaps. 3 waves of extreme aura suddenly approached from afar, descending upon them. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.